Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage across parts of the Midwest and even the Central Plains today. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. It has been interesting nonetheless. Already on radar, we've had multiple storms out here that are starting to rotate. We're starting to get a little bit more of a tornado risk, and today looks like it could be a hit or miss kind of day when it comes to tornadoes. Pretty similar to yesterday. We may get a couple or even a few tornadoes, or we might not get any at all. So it's going to be kind of one of those days. It's pretty 50-50 overall for today. We do have a tornado watch in effect for the next 5 hours across parts of Illinois, Missouri, and a large chunk of Iowa. And the main concern, obviously, today will be the potential for damaging winds in addition to the potential for a couple of tornadoes. So we're going to break down all these storms for you. There might be a tornado threat starting to grow in the next 15 minutes, which is why we're going live now and not a little bit later. Overall, today will again be potentially an interesting day. So we'll be here at least for the next few hours covering this event. Today's live stream is also brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android, and we'll talk more about the app here in a little bit. So right now we have a couple of severe storms out there. There hasn't been anything absurd so far. We haven't missed anything. No tornado warnings, nothing like that quite yet. Overall, we have a really linear setup right now between east of Des Moines back into areas near Creston. This is where we're watching for mostly a wind concern right now, but we are watching the leading storm here that's near Knoxville for the potential for an isolated tornado within the next hour. Overall, there hasn't been a whole lot of rotation, but we are starting to see, at least actually on the latest scan, a little bit more circulation just to the southeast of Knoxville. So there will be a potential here that we could get an isolated tornado as this does continue to move to the east and as well as to the east-northeast over the next little while. But overall, this is one area to watch for the potential for a tornado. And by the way, these storms are moving pretty quickly to the east and east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So these are going to quickly move towards areas like Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and perhaps even Davenport down the road. We also have a severe storm that has just gotten warned. That's the one south of Chariton. This is one that we are watching actually more closely for a tornado risk because it's more discrete, and any discrete supercells in this environment could produce a stronger tornado risk if that ends up again materializing. So that's going to be something that we're watching for. Connor Croft is actually going to the storm. Storm Runner Media is on the northern storm, so you'll see Storm Runner Media bottom right of your screen. They're over near Knoxville right now, so they're on this severe storm that has begun to rotate, and then Connor Croft is going for the discrete supercell. So we'll have views on both storms. This one, in my opinion, I think will be more interesting unless we keep getting storm mergers. If it is staying discrete for a while, I think it'll have a better shot at producing a tornado. If it keeps having multiple storm mergers, kind of like what we saw yesterday in southern Nebraska, I do think overall the threat for tornadoes will overall be at least a little bit lower. But that's something that we're going to be watching for very closely as this storm does continue to move to the east-northeast over the next 30 to 45 minutes towards Albia, and eventually it'll be going towards Ottumwa in southeast Iowa. So that'll be the track of that storm. Now, further down to the south, we also have more storms that have been firing off back over in parts of northern Missouri, even just north of Kansas City. These storms are also going to have to be monitored because anything, again, that can stay discrete could produce a more elevated tornado risk. So that's really the biggest concern for today. Now, today's risk for severe weather is elevated. We do have an enhanced risk for severe weather for those across parts of Iowa, Missouri, and as well as parts of northeast Kansas. The slight risk goes all the way back into the Oklahoma Panhandle and as well as back into southeast Colorado, where the main concern today will again be damaging winds and large hail across the entire board, but our more elevated tornado risk will exist in parts of Iowa, Missouri, maybe even a sliver there of northeast Kansas if storms get going, and then as well as western Illinois, excuse me. And then as these continue to move to the east-northeast, they will again continue to produce predominantly a wind threat and then also a tornado risk. I also wanted to show you the NATOcast outlook for today. This just updated moments ago. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you. This is a little bit interesting. Again, somebody was asking me before the stream started. NATOcast is not an official SPC tool, so this is not something that they issue. This is just an independent source, if you will. And overall, they are currently showing a 10% tornado risk across southeast Iowa. Will that pan out? We don't really know. Obviously, again, today I think it's going to be 50-50. Either this is all going to be mostly wind, or we could end up getting a few tornadoes. It's not really, there's not going to be a whole lot of in between, I think, today in terms of the tornado risk. One other interesting thing to point out is they even put a little hatched area for a strong tornado. I don't know where that is, but it's in a very tiny spot. So again, NATOcast, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. It's very 50-50. But overall, they are showing at least slightly higher probabilities than the Storm Prediction Center is showing, which the SPC right now has a large large 5% tornado risk for the time being, and this is what it looks like. So again, 5% tornado risk from northeast Kansas and southeast Nebraska all the way back through a large chunk of Iowa, and right along the Illinois and Iowa border is where that threat is going to exist. Now, what does the rest of the today look like? How will these storms evolve, etc.? Well, let's go through the future radar and give you an idea of the next few hours. Beginning with right now, storms again are already out there. By 5 to 6 o'clock, this will predominantly be a linear setup, so mostly a damaging wind threat, but any storms that can stay discrete could produce a more elevated tornado risk. So that's what we're really monitoring for this afternoon. By the time we get closer to 7 to 8 o'clock, these storms are going to be moving into parts of southern Wisconsin, right along the Iowa and Illinois border, and then back into northern Missouri, where the predominant concern will be damaging winds by this point. By 9 to 10 o'clock, these storms will start to weaken more as they move closer to like Chicago, for example. So those will be weaker. We'll probably at least still have a core of damaging winds here. Wow. Okay, wait one second. We're going to go back to this in a second. Look at storm runner media right now. That is the shelf cloud on the storm that is right now east of Des Moines. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. That is unbelievable.
Not very far, just right here.
We'll go back to the future radar in a second. That I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. That's unbelievable. I think they're going to change the camera view in a second to show the entire thing. That is insane. And this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot today, by the way, is probably shelf clouds, because this should be mostly a linear setup unless we get discrete cells, which we have a couple out there right now. That's pretty unbelievable. If he pans it out to the left, I think it looks even crazier. We'll go back to him in a second. But as I was saying, closer to 10, we are going to have a more localized wind threat more than likely develop across parts of northeast Missouri and very far western parts of Illinois, between Davenport and as well as Quincy. And then eventually, as we get closer to 11 and 12 o'clock, these storms will continue to produce isolated damaging winds, and then we're done with the severe weather risk for the most part as we go into the overnight hours. I do want to point out, by the way, this is something that happened last night. It was at like almost 2 in the morning. It was unbelievable. We had possibly a strong tornado on the south side of Lincoln. And that's Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not entirely sure if there's an official survey out on that quite yet. But this was the debris signature on radar. I posted this on Twitter and on our Facebook page. This happened near the Stone Ridge Estates. It was on the ground for probably 5 or 7 minutes or so, just south of College View. It was on the south side of Lincoln, Nebraska. Pretty clear debris signature there from earlier, or from last night, I should say. So, I don't know if there's an official survey out on that yet. I haven't really checked, but that is something that I just want to throw out there for anybody that might know anybody in that particular area. And we are still seeing some rotation near Highway 92 by the looks of it. Let's check out the base velocities. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation right now going towards Escalation, so we'll have to watch that closely. Just to the east again at Des Moines. Then our discrete cell that Connor has gone towards. Connor is going to be going towards this storm. I thought he got stuck in mud for a second, but he will be going. He's actually inside of this area right now, so we'll be watching that closely. This one could also produce a tornado risk as that moves to the east and northeast. Let's go back to storm intermediate. I want to go back to that shelf cloud. They're showing the other view of that right now.
Isolated, or what used to be isolated cell? Oh yeah, no, that thing.
No, the southern end of this storm right here.
Well, we're on the southern. I got.
I'm gonna go to Connor real quick. Look at Connor. This is where he's at right now. Enter at your own risk.
You wouldn't do it?
No way he's going down that. If he gets stuck in mud again, that's unbelievable. Could he make it 4 times?
I'm probably not going to. Okay.
Hey, by the way, trees for all for the $10 donation.
Right, well, this guy just told me
Appreciate
not to
that.
do it, so I probably listen to this guy.
He goes down that. He wants to go down it because the rotation's ramping up too.
No, I'm trying to.
Let's go back to storm intermediate here.
Essentially.
Oh, the wind shear went down. It was up, then it's down. But it's out
Thank you, Jessica, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I feel like flash flood risk is higher than severe. Yeah, I mean, it probably is. Really, today's risk could be, it's very hit or miss. Because the flash flood risk is actually a moderate risk for today across parts of both Missouri and Iowa. Connor is, by the way, backing up. He's not going down the road, just for those wondering. The flash flood risk for today, a moderate risk across most of Iowa and the extreme northern parts of Missouri. We will have the potential, obviously, for flash flooding today with the rain just very... Overall, there's going to be a lot of rain today. The storms are moving pretty quickly to the east-northeast, but we have like a training effect already happening south of Des Moines. So as we continue to see showers and thunderstorms training in this area, we are going to see a more elevated flooding threat. And near Des Moines, we already have a flash flood warning. So the flooding threat is definitely going to be a concern today, and it's not just because of what we're seeing today, it's also what we've seen over the last several weeks. We've had like literally tons of rain here in Iowa and as well as Minnesota. Minnesota seeing not much rain today, but there is some. But back in Iowa, we've already seen a lot of rain over the last few weeks, and we are going to see even more of that today. There could easily be some areas that pick up over 5 inches of rain. So today definitely looks like a very active day. Also, we do have Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can actually watch him in the Radar Omega app if you want to download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. He's already out there right now. He's inside the storm. Storm Intermedia was inside the storm not too long ago, but now they're looking at the shelf cloud. Obviously, lots of rain falling inside of the storm. He's near Knoxville. You can also track his location. He's going down Highway 5 right now, trying to get out in front of this storm, which has at least had some rotation, but I think overall it might just be more of contamination to some extent here, or it's at least occluding at the bare minimum. The area I'd be watching more for that tornado risk would be inside of here, which we have a storm merger happening now. We'll see if it can organize, but once again, this storm is really overall just going to be predominantly linear, so I'd be kind of surprised if we get anything crazy out of it, but it will depend on if it organizes. I think our better shot would be a storm down here somewhere. We had a nice little meso cyclone on this storm earlier north of Millerton, but overall this storm has already been merged with a couple of different updrafts, so it might struggle. It might struggle a bit here over the next little while, but if it can stay discreet and if it can organize again, I think the tornado risk will definitely increase. We might even see a tornado risk increase down on one of these storms as well, if any of them can become discrete. It's a big contingency today. It's just like yesterday. There's really not much of a difference between today and yesterday, aside from the wind threat being a little bit more numerous in at least retrospect to yesterday. So there's definitely going to be some minor differences to today's setup, but today also is a bit more of a flooding risk as well compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
None of these storms are going towards Tulsa.
East on G71 to T39.
This is Storm Intermedia. They're on the northern storm. This is on the shelf cloud right now. Pretty crazy view of the shelf cloud right now.
Just looking at that one to the
just
south,
to the east of Des Moines.
As impressive as it did 10-15 minutes ago, so I think we're going to stick with this.
By the way, I had people asking if I was going to do a live stream about Hurricane Beryl. I might do one tonight. I also might do one tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure yet. I am going to be going on vacation probably at least tomorrow night through the July 4th. So we won't be having any live streams, I don't think, at all on July 4th. But I will probably be away for that night. So I'll probably be away tomorrow night, and then also for July 4th, and I should be back July 5th. If the hurricane does look still very concerning. It's going to depend on the hurricane more than anything. If it doesn't look too concerning on July 4th and doesn't look like it's going towards the United States, I will not be here on July 5th either. Sorry, July 5th, not July 4th. So just letting you know ahead of time.
We're going to move.
It's not another vacation. I'm literally gone for like a day and a half. It's not really a vacation. It's just more of just like a quick trip to watch fireworks. That's basically it. The 4th of July.
You can find a way back.
Max, I'm going on vacation velocity. I have not, I mean, we've been live 13 days in a row, including today. And tomorrow, if we do go live for Beryl when it makes landfall in Jamaica, that would make it 14 days in a row. I'm not sure if we're going to go live tomorrow, though. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if we will. But I think I'll do at least an update tonight. Depending on how today's severe weather event goes, we might do a live update tonight. Chicago, I don't think Chicago is going to get severe weather, but you'll have some showers and thunderstorms late tonight. We still have some broad circulation right now just to the west of Moravia in Iowa, so we're still watching that closely. Again, there are tornado possible labels on both of these severe storms, so there's a chance for a tornado with either one of them if they're able to organize. Thus far, nothing's really organized quite yet, but we are going to be watching this closely. Got lots of thunderstorms out there. It's a pretty numerous to widespread threat. If anything's able to organize, we again could see significant damaging winds, isolated large hail, and then maybe even a couple or a few tornadoes. Today's tornado watch again goes until 9 o'clock Central Time. Main concerns today will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Large hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter will be possible, and then a couple of tornadoes will also be a possibility. So those are the main concerns today, again, for both Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. I do not think we're going to get a watch at all for the Chicago suburbs, unless for some reason this line of storms really is intense by the time it gets into Illinois. I think it will be at least somewhat numerous when it comes to severe weather up until Davenport and Burlington. And then once this activity gets closer to Chicago, I think it'll start to fall apart. So that's what I'm thinking, at least as of right now. And while we have a quick second, I just want to show you this real quick. This is Hurricane Beryl. Right now, it's still a very strong Category 4 hurricane. It has not weakened actually at all. Maximum wind gusts at 190 miles per hour. Maximum wind speeds at 155. It is currently down to a pressure. It's actually increased a little bit in terms of pressure to 943. One thing I do want to point out is that the eye is extremely small now compared to before. It is definitely weakening. I don't even think the eye is even 10 miles wide anymore. At one point, it was 25 miles by 25 miles wide. There's a lot of wind shear starting to feed into this, so I do think there will be a bit more of a weakening trend, but I do not think it's going to weaken much up until it gets past Jamaica. It is going to remain a pretty intense hurricane, and then once it gets closer to the Yucatan, things become much more questionable. Right now, it looks more likely than not this will make landfall somewhere around Texas or Mexico, but it could also still go up towards Louisiana. That is not impossible, but I think it's going to make landfall somewhere between South Texas, possibly as high as Houston, like far north as Houston, or back closer to areas in northeast Mexico. So, and again, I'll have more details on that either tonight in a live stream or in a video tomorrow. So one of the two. They have removed the tornado possible label on this cell, by the way. Initially, it was discrete. It is undergoing tons of storm mergers. You can actually see the evolution of that supercell. It was initially looking really organized, and now it just doesn't look organized at all. What's the weather in Ohio tomorrow? Mostly just wind and hail. I'll try to do an update too tomorrow on the severe weather risk. We do have a couple more days of severe weather ahead. I will not be live for severe weather tomorrow. Tomorrow's risk is another large one, but it should be mostly just wind and hail for most areas. That includes anywhere from Ohio back into parts of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. And then back over in the Central Plains, we have a more elevated risk for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a couple of tornadoes. There is a 5% tornado risk across parts of western Nebraska. Relatively rural areas. It's an area that we've covered before many times actually recently, but overall the risk I don't think will be super high, but I do think we'll at least have the potential for maybe a couple of tornadoes during the mid-afternoon hours. So if we do for whatever reason go live for the landfall of Hurricane Beryl tomorrow, we might still be live for the beginning of this. I'm not entirely sure yet though. I'm not sure what my plan is right now, because I have to leave here. I have to leave the weather studio probably around like, I don't know, 5 o'clock or so. So we will see what happens. Not entirely sure yet. All right, Connor's right now approaching that storm, the southern storm. Storm Intermedia is going through some low signal. We'll go to Connor real quick. This is Connor Croft. He's driving through some of the rain. Bottom right of your screen, you can see the radar as well on his end and on my end. He's on the storm that is severe here in the middle. On the center of it.
I'm right behind this thing.
Hey, Julie, for becoming a 1-month member. I don't know what you mean by that question. You can do either or. You can get a monthly or yearly subscription. I'm not sure what the question actually is, though. So you're saying the hurricane is barreling towards the Yucatan Peninsula. That is what I'm saying. It is currently barreling towards the Yucatan Peninsula. Actually, Storm Intermedia right now, they're going through quite a bit of rain right now. They're still inside of this storm up here to the north. Which right now, there is really no rotation with this. I mean, if you look at the velocities compared to the actual storm, like this is the wind field right here. I mean, this is pretty outflow dominant. It has been since the beginning. There's really, you can see a little hook here, but it's really not rotating. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado somewhere on this leading edge. I just don't see a whole lot right now that looks imminent. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Missouri. This is in northern Missouri. So for those in Bethany, just south of Lamani, main concern here will be damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning west of Wichita. We have a big convective blow-up over here west of Wichita. Main concern here as well will be damaging winds up to 60. We do have a live camera in Wichita, so we will be keeping a close eye on that as this storm does get a bit closer. We also have a couple of radar Omega cyclone ports. We got one over in Burlington, Kansas. which we actually watched this a few nights back when we had that large supercell back over in southeast Kansas. Pretty windy right now out in front of these storms with a temperature right now of 100 degrees. That is hot. 100 degrees Fahrenheit right now outside there, and that is just way too hot. This is back over in northwest Missouri as well, so again, just notice the mid to low level clouds dominating the sky right now. Mostly cloudy conditions, temperature a little bit cooler, but not by much. It's still in the mid to upper 90s almost up there in northwest Missouri, which is just so oppressive with all the humidity that we have. All right, for the time being, we're going to go back to Storm Winter Media. They're currently inside the storm up here, back over near Escalation. Hey, Jacob, for the $5 super chat. Take a few days off. You've earned it. Appreciate how often you're live. Yeah, I'm hoping to take a couple days off. I mean, it sucks, though, because, like, after this upcoming weekend, after Beryl is done, I don't think we're going to see a lot of severe weather after that. So it's just really bad timing. So I'd rather take a break when there's, like, nothing happening.
You'd like to see potential live intercepts.
Or when at least there's, like, very little happening.
Hurricane Beryl. Later on this week, be sure to hit that sub button with notifications on. More on that later, but if it makes it into Texas, we will be intercepting.
This is let's go back to Connor real quick. Connor's on that southern storm. We have a better view of it now. So this is the once discrete storm, now semi-discrete, to more just clustered together. This is what it kind of looks like right now. So
we're going up to the highway.
Sounds like he's going on the highway. Connor's not a fan of today's setup, by the way. I don't blame him. Today's setup is not a good setup for chasing. It's literally just, it's probably gonna be all linear
to get up there. Then I get.
So it's not a very favorable setup today.
I'd just be trapped by B roads.
By the way, if the weather, depending on what the weather looks like, we might do 5 different packages for fan mail opening in this live stream. We will see. I have 5 packages that were like sent to me, so there's a chance, depending on what happens here over the next few hours, we might have some fan mail opening in this stream. I usually do it for members only, but I don't know when I'll even be live after, like, tonight or tomorrow.
Stuck back here in the mess now. Yeah, it's turning into a big squall line now, so I'm just gonna try and get ahead of it.
Thank you, Annan, for the super chat. Thank you, Maddie, for the $1.99. Wamego, Kansas tonight, or Wamego. Let me look it up. I don't know where that is. That's near Manhattan. Probably just isolated damaging winds and hail. This is, again, the risk outline for today. I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp of that slight, or you're actually on the cusp almost of the enhanced, but it should be mostly just damaging winds. Across the board, I think that'll be the predominant concern for anybody in any of these risks today. Again, maybe a tornado or two somewhere in Iowa, maybe northern Missouri, or in parts of western Illinois, but I think overall the tornado risk, I don't think we're going to see anything really discrete, so I think our tornado risk for today is going to be predominantly just QLCS tornadoes, and that usually means that they're embedded in a line of thunderstorms. That's what it is trending towards, at least so far. That could change, but that's what it's trending towards, at least for now. We also do have a 2% tornado risk that goes back into Colorado, so that's also something to keep in mind. Today's thumbnail, by the way, does include parts of like western Nebraska. That area is no longer under a risk for severe weather, so the thumbnail is not updated to include that area now, and basically no risk of at least severe weather, just general storm activity. So just letting you know, thumbnail is not correct, unfortunately. That happens sometimes. Did I get groceries? No, I've not gotten groceries. I mean, I'm probably gonna be away for the next couple days, so there's no reason to really get groceries right now. Oh goodness, is Connor on a muddy road?
It's not even the fact that there's B roads.
Or is that gravel? Can't really tell.
It's the fact that they're just like randomly placed. Like it'll be a perfect.
North Texas is just hot right now. It is. It's supposed to get cooler though by the weekend.
Oh, this section's a B road.
We should have more showers and thunderstorms.
Go north,
at least chances existing as we go into the weekend.
South back to that road again, and it's like, oh, this section's also a B road. It just like, it makes no sense.
I don't even know what Connor's talking about. This is Storm Runner Media. They're inside the storm, as I mentioned before. It's a very messy setup right now. I don't see anything really rotating like crazy right now, but we're still watching the storms closely. Keep the radar at the bottom right. Thank you, by the way, Jacob, for picking up a Max Velocity hoodie on shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the generosity. Appreciate the message, too. That'll turn into mud. Probably will. It's crazy that they have signs out there that literally say, you know, don't, like, enter at your own risk. Like, there was a sign that he saw earlier that said that. We're going to put Connor bottom right. He is getting a better view on this storm. There is at least a little bit of rotation near Melrose. Just a little bit. Just to the southeast of Melrose right now. A little bit of rotation. This looks like mostly wind near New Sharon. I'm not seeing a whole lot there either. I don't see that really, Evan. I saw it like a scan ago, but it's not much. I mean, what we're going to be watching for at this line, though, is a QLCS tornado risk. The tornado watch includes this entire area up here. So anything in this area will be mostly QLCS tornado-based activity. We're not really going to see anything discrete. This area in particular might be a bit more discrete, but so far it's become a linear. So the only potential discrete supercells that developed here have overall just, you know, not developed. It's all linear. So again, today might just be a full-blown squall line. Connor's been alluding to that for a while too. So I think today might be more of a squall line, which would be, again, more of a wind threat, which was expected, and then potentially a couple or maybe even a few tornadoes that are embedded in that line of thunderstorms. With that said, I did roast Connor last night, if you want to check it out. Connor said this last night, looking like a squall line, and I said it looks like his hairline. Gotta love trolling people. Alright. Evan, I don't have a headset, so I can't. I don't have my audio hooked up for that either.
There's the north line, and the north line is going to like merge in.
You should all go like that tweet.
We just have to punch ahead of all of it. I just want to get ahead of all of it.
I need a ratio at some point too. Do a little ratio on Twitter.
Yeah.
At least they made all of our streams a little more entertaining.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. All for the stream.
Can you explain how you see a tornado on radar? Well, there's many ways. I mean, velocity is the beginning of finding that most of the time. Let me check this out real quick. Where's the other radar site? Actually, might be a little bit of rotation near Princeton right now in northern Missouri, but we have a radar hole here. I mentioned this in the video, I think yesterday maybe, or maybe even our live stream yesterday. This is a radar hole in between Missouri and Iowa. Like literally, there is barely any radar coverage for like the whole northern sector of this area of counties in northern Missouri. So us seeing anything on radar is going to be horrendous, but it does look like we at least have some level of rotation near Princeton. Hard to tell. It does not have a tornado possible label on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got an isolated tornado with this activity. There's definitely at least a little bit of rotation right now moving to the east-northeast towards Unionville. Yeah, there's a little bit. It's kind of underwent a storm merger too. It's kind of similar to this storm too, that Connor's on. This one again just went under another, like it went under a storm merger. Now it's all linear. But this one doesn't look like it's really rotating a whole lot. We'll see what the velocities show on the next scan. They should be in here in a second. Connor's a mud magnet. I have to agree. This is the latest scan. This looks more like wind to me. Maybe a little bit of rotation, but just not much. East of Melrose. I'm not seeing any rotation really that looks super concerning right now. Maybe something developing though. That might be developing. Just to the south of Knoxville, Iowa, near Bussy. Might have something trying to develop there. But again, a lot of this is outflow dominant right now. It still looks like we might have something trying to develop near Montezuma. There's a little QLCS tornado risk there near Montezuma going towards Williamsburg and Wellman down the road in North English, Iowa. So we'll have to watch that closely as well as that moves east. How's it going, Vortex? Welcome back. Is that not Bussy? What? What's the AO about? What? Is that not what? Is that not how it's pronounced? Like, am I going crazy here? Saw a brief tornado north of Melcher, Iowa. I don't know how accurate that is, but I will check wherever that is. What was the spelling for this? What's oh dear about? I'm so confused. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know where the I don't know where that message went. I don't know how to spell that. Guessing it was this storm though, maybe. Don't look it up? Alright, I won't. Don't worry. I will not look it up. It's alright. We will not look it up. By the way, quick little thing. This is not related to today's severe weather event, but Hurricane Beryl has broken approximately 10 records. So, it's been a pretty record-breaking hurricane, to say the least. By the way, this is Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Again, you can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below for only $8.99. It's a fantastic weather app. You can watch storm chasers just like Brandon within the app. He's currently driving through the rain-wrapped storm here near Harvey. Just a lot of rain, not really a whole lot of rotation at this time. We are still watching to see if any of this activity does organize. But for the time being, everything's been predominantly linear. So I think right now we are going to be transitioning. Not really transitioning because nothing happened before, but we had a couple of discrete cells out there. I think now we're starting to transition more into just a full-blown linear setup where we're going to be watching mainly for damaging winds with the potential for a maybe a couple or even a few QLCS tornadoes. There are a lot of little areas. It looks like maybe a rotation. We're going to investigate this a bit more, but we have 3 different storms down here in southern Iowa. But we're going to actually see if these are rotating or if it's just damaging winds because it very easily could just be wind. One near Ravenna as well. That one still has some very broad circulation aloft. That one just might be hail contamination because we have a little bit of hail there. Yeah, that looks more like hail contamination near Mercer. The southern radar site shows a little bit of circulation, but that's kind of near where the hail is. Pretty good chance that that's just hail contamination. And then the other storms right now, this one does look interesting. This is the one that Connor is on right now. Near Albia. Moving eastbound. There's a little bit of circulation here. They did remove the tornado possible label, so if today wasn't linear, I think today we would have another chance for strong tornadoes, kind of like yesterday, but like if it just stays like this, it's going to be QLCS based all day. We definitely have a big surge of damaging winds right now near New Sharon, going eventually towards North English near Montezuma. So a significant wind threat right now moving west to east. Storms further north of Interstate 80 are not severe at this point. Lots of lightning, heavy rainfall, low visibility on the roadways expected. Main concern right now is just gusty winds and some small hail if any storms are really that intense, which right now velocity's not really leaning towards anything up there being severe. This storm though here near New Sharon, I wouldn't be surprised with an upgrade on that wind risk. It's under 50 miles per hour, but I would have to say that that's definitely not 50. That looks more like 60 to maybe even up to 70 miles per hour. On the leading edge of the storm activity, moving towards Whatcheer, that's an interesting town name, Gibson, Bard City, and eventually North English in central eastern Iowa. Whatcheer. It's a question, without the question mark on that town name. Thank you, Alpha, for the $5 super chat. Did you ever get groceries? No, I did not. I'm not going to get groceries probably until after the hurricane is done. I don't need, again, we're not doing a food pantry fund. I do appreciate the generosity, but that's just not necessary. Thank you, John, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate that. Saw Max do a commercial for Factor Meals. Does he ever eat those? I have a box of them coming, but it won't be here until after my 4th of July trip. Wow. This is increased. This is a storm west of Wichita right now. It's full. It's pretty much all outflow driven, so the tornado risk is really not going to be much with this, but winds are upwards of 80 miles per hour right now. This is actually our most significant storm right now is in southern Kansas, with 80 mile per hour winds possible on this storm. Again, we're looking a little bit off the ground, so this is a little bit off the surface, but nonetheless, this is definitely probably at least around 70 miles per hour going towards Norwich and eventually towards Wichita, Kansas. Would have thought Wichita would be really the main spot to watch for here over the next hour. I'm going to see what we have a live cam in Wichita, Kansas. I'm going to check and see if that has any view of anything. We should have some traffic cams too. Thank you, Hunter, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Max doing commercials? I've done like 2. Actually, no. Actually, yeah. I've only done 2 over the last 2 years. Factor was the second one. Mason, I'll probably have a dedicated live stream for Hurricane Beryl, or I will just have a video tomorrow morning. One of the two. Talk more about it. I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot in this live stream. There is a possibility, depending on how today goes. I don't know how it's going to go. Again, we're pretty early into the day. We're only 30 minutes into the stream. Today's severe weather setup, probably going to peak between 5 and 7. We're going to see how things go. If it gets concerning, we'll obviously stay live for this for a pretty good amount of time. If it just looks mostly like some isolated damaging winds, there's a possibility that we do some sort of hurricane update tonight, live stream. Not guaranteed. It's just going to depend on what happens today. So far, we're really early in the day, so I don't really know what's going to happen yet, but it's possible. If not, we'll have something probably tomorrow. At least a video. Tomorrow. Thank you, Ryan, for the 1 gift member. Appreciate that. Looks like the worst of this storm activity is going right through Bussy now. Again, I don't know why this is such a weird thing. I'm not going to look it up, but if you're in Bussy, Iowa, damaging winds up to 60 going through that area right now. Still got a large area of at least damaging winds here. Looks like this is trying to at least rotate a little bit near Montezuma. It's spinning a little bit right now. Almost looks like a mesoscale convective vortex in a way, but it isn't. We do have a little... It's kind of wrapping a little bit near Montezuma. Might get an isolated tornado risk here as that moves east. Hey, Hype Nose for the $5 super chat. Connor Croft Beryl Boat Fund. I was telling him that he should get a boat to go chase Hurricane Beryl. That'd be serious content right there if he did that. Is Des Moines out of trouble? Yeah, you're good. The worst fit's already happened there. I mean, the tornado watch already got canceled from Des Moines. Do have another severe thunderstorm. That one blew up pretty quickly. North of St. Joseph. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and $half-sized hail. Wouldn't be surprised if this storm does try to produce a tornado risk down the road. You actually can see the outflow boundary here on the terminal radar site. It's almost kind of latched onto this, so we might see some sort of tornado risk try to develop back over near King City. Velocity is not really looking very impressive yet, but it is a newly developing storm. Not sure if this live cam has a view of this. I think we're looking west. I think the storm is over here. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port just north of Kansas City. So if anything happens here, we'll have a pretty good live shot of it. Definitely gonna be something to watch for. Back near Kansas City as well. Might even have a low chance for a land spout out here west of Wichita. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Would not be surprised if we had a land spout out there somewhere. But we definitely have significant damaging winds right now going towards Wichita. Actually, they just upgraded the warning. This warning has been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's a considerable threat for Kingman County and Harper County in Wichita. Moving eastbound. Potential for a land spout definitely exists here as that moves east-northeast. Have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Albia, Blakesville, and Ottawa. Main concern there will be damaging winds up to 60. Wow. What is going on up here near Barn City? This thing just wrapped hard. They have just issued a tornado warning on that. That rotation is really strong. If you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado.
Mahashka, Iowa County, Iowa. Very strong rotation on the latest scan. It looked like it was wrapping. I'm pretty sure this is where the tornado warning will be. Again, that is currently going towards North English in Iowa. So seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. If you are in Poweshiek, Mahashka, or Iowa County, Iowa. It has not popped up on here. Yeah, okay, so it is this one, I figured. That rotation is really strong, though, just southeast of Montezuma. It is full-blown rain wrap, too. Yeah, this could drop a tornado. I mean, it might already be on the ground. It is a full-blown rain wrap tornado if it is on the ground. Moving east-northeast. Let's see if we have any live shots of this. This is definitely concerning. It's fully rain wrapped. If you're in Barnes City, Deep River, or Montezuma in Iowa, you got to get to your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, an interior room of your home or building. Again, potential for a tornado is pretty high right now with this thing, with how strong the velocities are. And this goes until 5:30 Central Time. Moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. It is a very fast-moving storm and probably a very fast-moving tornado if it is on the ground. The storm's been rotating literally for like the last probably 25 minutes or so. I mean, we've been watching it for a while now. Didn't look like much initially. The wind's really been circling though on this for the last several scans. This is Montezuma. This is gonna be this is gonna be southeast of or southwest of Cedar Rapids. I'm just trying to see if there's any live shots of this. I don't think we do, but I'm gonna look. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. That's going to be just to the northwest of Washington for North English, Williamsburg, Wellman, and Watcheer. If you're in any of those locations, be ready for the threat for damaging winds that will be as high as 70 miles per hour. This is, again, a relatively significant storm right now, just down to the south of Interstate 80, which could, again, have a tornado on the ground at any time. Waiting for a CC update. We'll see if there's anything if there's any sort of debris signature on this, or if it's just... I mean, again, this might just be very strong velocities, but I mean, at this point, very possible that we have a tornado on the ground right now moving east. Your Barnes City. Alright, we don't have any debris signature on this. We'll see what the velocities show. They may end up issuing a new tornado warning for out in front of this as well. I believe this is going to be a line. This is going to be a CWA region right here. Let me just double check. If this is a CWA region, then we're going to have that warning kind of cut off here anyway. Velocities have not updated yet. How will this impact Iowa City? I mean, it's probably going to be mostly a wind threat there, but a potential for a tornado will exist as this moves east-northeast. And QLCS tornadoes are really the concern that we're going to be watching for over the next couple hours with this line of storms. Oh, velocities just don't want to update, it seems like. I'm going to check my phone. Alright, the velocities did update. It is still strong rotation. It has not changed much from this. The only difference is that the rotation is now closer to Gibson and just south of Deep River. So that's the area of circulation. It's going to be a little bit further to the east now. Approaching Highway 21 and approaching Millersburg and North English. I would guess if this rotation stays as strong as it is, we'll get a new tornado warning, which we just did.
A new
that timing's unbelievable. We have a new tornado warning for North English, Wellman, and south of Williamsburg. Again, pretty strong rotation right now, moving eastbound at approximately 40 miles per hour. It is currently on track towards Parnell, Millersburg, Keswick, Kinross, Wellman, and North English in east central Iowa. It's a pretty large area of just strong rotation right now near Deep River in Barnes City. This is the latest velocity scan as of 4:52, so literally in the last 30 seconds. There's definitely a pretty strong amount of rotation right now moving east. Regardless of there being a tornado, we are going to be seeing damaging winds that could be as high as 70 to maybe even up to 80 miles per hour. Velocities are indicating upwards of 85 to 90 miles per hour, probably a few thousand feet up into the atmosphere. So this isn't happening right at the ground level, but it is going to be, you know, the winds will be a little bit lower near the ground level, but this is happening a little bit aloft. Usually when that happens, we do have winds that are within proximity of that closer to the surface, probably give or take 10 miles per hour on that, sometimes 15. Being this far away from the radar site. So definitely, at least at the bare minimum, we have significant damaging winds. No debris signature quite yet, which, again, we could have a tornado on the ground at any time, especially with how strong the velocities are right now. But again, Wellman, North English, and Keswick, Iowa, all included in this tornado warning. Moving eastbound, eventually going to be going towards areas near Iowa City, probably in about 45 minutes to an hour. So if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, again, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This warning does include a population of 5,000 people. This new one. I'm not sure about the old one. 2,000. Okay, so it's about 7,000 people included in these two pink polygons. And then really Iowa City would be the next area in track of this storm. But by far, this is literally the most concerning storm on radar. We also do have some rotation still ongoing near Albaya. This is the storm that Connor is currently on. So we'll be watching that one closely too. It's not tornado warned, but there is at least some broad circulation moving east-northeast. Let's see if we have any sort of live shots on this storm. Not seeing anything clear right now. Unfortunately, unfortunately, really right now, there's no live shots in this area, and I don't think any storm chasers are really on this storm, so I don't know if we're going to be able to verify anything here, other than just by radar, which radar should show us if there's a tornado, but the radar scans are every 3 to 4 minutes, so they're not super frequent. So there could be a tornado that drops in between radar scans, which is why this is definitely going to be a bit more concerning here. We have another tornado warning in Iowa. That's 3.
A new tornado warning has
So that's on the Albaya storm. We were just talking about this one. If you're in Ottawa, Kirkville, Fremont, Eddyville, or Chillicothe, or Albaya in parts of southern Iowa, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, this area of rotation, we'll see what the velocity show on this next scan, but this one is definitely starting to come together more, moving to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. So we have 2 different storms that we're watching for that are rotating. 3 tornado warnings, one of which is for the two of which are on the same exact storm. Just a pretty elongated area because it's extended out quite a bit of ways here. So Connor's on this tornado warning cell near Albaya right now. We'll quickly pan to Connor. This is what it looks like right now on his end. It is extreme. I mean, this is not filtered. This is a live shot inside of the... Basically just on the, like,
okay.
kind of in the RV search. He's just to the northwest of where this rotation is.
Rain cores, you literally just, I'm not going to see it. I'm being blunt. Like, if anyone sees
so Connor is in an absolute mess of rain. Once he gets out in front of this, it will probably be interesting.
Complete whiteout conditions. Somewhere to my north. No shot at seeing it. Literally in the middle of its own rain core.
Let's go back to live radar. Right now, north of Gibson and Barnes City, still a large area of pretty broad circulation. It hasn't really intensified since the radar scan that we had a couple scans ago, which was about 4:46, so about 11 minutes ago. It was pretty strong at one point. It is broadening out just a little bit. It does look like this might be trying to surge out as more of a damaging wind threat, but as long as we at least have some sort of little notch in this little line of storm activity here near Montezuma and Deep River, there will be some sort of tornado risk. So again, stay in your safe place or get there if you're in North English or out in front of this in the pink polygon. Be ready if you're in Iowa City, Kelowna, or near Hills or Riverside or Frytown, just to the east of this tornado warning, because this storm may be producing a tornado or might still be rotating by the time that this storm gets into that particular area. All right, so again, make sure that you are ready. Have that tornado action plan ready to go in case this is still producing a tornado as this moves to the east. And then this is the other storm near Albaya, which right now nothing intense yet, but there is at least some broad circulation. Until we get another radar scan. This is Connor's view right now in Albaya. Actually, never mind, we're going back to radar. Wow.
A new tornado warning.
All right, make that 4 tornado warnings. We have a new one now near Centerville, Iowa. If you are in Centerville, east of Seymour, near Cincinnati, X-Line, Moulton, Udell, or Unionville, or Mystic, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, that makes it 4 tornado warnings right now here. We got one here, or we actually got 2 in southern Iowa, and then we got the other one in east central Iowa. So just going to zoom out a little bit so you got an idea of where we're at. Panusi County, or Panus County, Iowa, is the new tornado warning. That storm right now moving east northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is a very fast moving storm right now, going into Centerville, eventually towards Moulton, and then down the road it'll go towards Drakesville and Bloomfield, Iowa. So be ready if you're in those areas. Have a tornado action plan ready to go, because this storm could also be producing a tornado risk by the time it gets there. This storm does not look as like crazy in my opinion. I think there's a lot more, at least it's further away from the radar site, so it's harder to tell what's happening here. But I do think there's a chance of a tornado. We are just in between two radar sites. We're in a radar hole. So this is probably looking at least 8,000 plus feet up into the atmosphere. And there's again a chance that this is trying to drop a tornado. We just can't clearly see that, at least on Velocity's radar, any radar site in general. But if we go up a few tilts in the atmosphere, you'll see that rotation, even aloft, is definitely there. So there's a chance that this does drop a tornado as it moves to the east-northeast. Let me just quickly check the northern Missouri storms here. Just going to see if we have anything here as well. I thought we just got another tornado warning. That's an update, though. That's what I say. That's insane. Not seeing any rotation on those storms. Storm that's currently west of Wichita, mainly a wind threat, maybe an isolated land spout. All right, back to tornado warnings. Let's go to this storm to begin with. This is still radar indicated rotation west of Iowa City. Velocities are really starting to become pretty broad on this. We have a massive surge of damaging winds, though, going towards Keswick and North English. Bare minimum, we are going to see some wind damage going west to east in the direction of areas like North English, Parnell, Wellman, and Kinross. And then also, we do have some broad circulation. There's still a chance for a tornado. It's definitely a bit broader, though, than before. Further down to the south, east of Albia, we still have some broad circulation here as well. North of Route 34, moving towards Chillicothe, Dudley, and Kirkville. This is the one that Connor's on, bottom right of your screen. He is inside of this tornado warning cell. Storm Media is also approaching this storm, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. And then here's your other storm near Centerville, which right now, hard to see what's happening here on velocities because we're in between a radar hole, but this storm in particular is also still trying to produce a tornado. Definitely has rotation in the low levels. It's unknown if it's on the ground, but we will definitely keep you posted if we learn anything new on that storm. And we have another update on the northern tornado warning. Still radar indicated. They just updated this. It is still radar indicated. I don't think anything really changed on that warning, but it is still radar indicated rotation. No new reports as of right now on this storm. It is still a storm that is rotating, though, and will try to produce a tornado risk. At the bare minimum, we're talking about damaging winds between 70 to maybe even up to 80 miles per hour, moving towards Kelowna, Iowa, after, at least in a little bit. Not imminent, but pretty soon it'll be in that area. I'm going to see if we have any live shots of these storms as the radar does update. All right, here's the latest radar scan coming in now. Any of these tornadoes, by the way, that are ongoing, if there are any on the ground, they're going to be rain wrapped, so don't try to look outside for these. There is a pretty good chance that any tornado that's on the ground is going to be full-blown rain wrapped at this point. It's not an environment that you want to be trying to look outside for. No reason to try to film it for TikTok, because you're probably not going to see anything anyways. It's not worth the 22 views that you'll get, so just stay in your safe place. Do not try to go outside and look for this. These storms are really fast moving also, so it makes it even more dangerous. They're moving east and east-northeast at between 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these are not slow-moving storms right now. Velocity should update here in a second. Actually, there's a camera back down on the southern tornado warning. This is the, This is a southern tornado warning as of 20 minutes ago. This is not recent, but you actually can see the shelf cloud right here. That's not a wall cloud, but it is a little shelf cloud on that southern tornado warning near Centerville, Iowa. Just wait on the velocities to update. No debris signature on any of these three storms right now, so don't have anything on the ground officially. But as I mentioned before, we could have a tornado in between radar scans. It is extremely possible that that does happen. Just waiting on velocities to update here. Actually, interestingly enough, this is the base velocities. This is about 5 minutes ago. Actually, pretty strong rotation just to the northeast of Albia. I'm gonna see if I can go up another tilt. Yeah, we definitely have rotation east Albaya, there's no doubt. The northern storm rotation's a little bit broader, but there's rotation there near North English. And then the southern storm, it's harder to tell, but there's going to be rotation with this, is my thinking. It's tornado warned anyways, but there's rotation there. This is the latest radar scan. Looks like rotation's trying to come together right now near the Frederick area, south of Pleasant Corner. Again, no debris signature as of right now. It's possibly a rain wrap tornado if we have one. A little tightening there, but I would think more than anything we'd be looking for a tornado here, just to the northwest of Munterville. Moving towards Kirkville, and Ottawa is also in this tornado warning. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We got 4 tornado warnings ongoing. This rotation really broadening quite a bit. I mean, it looked pretty intense initially, but this was 7 scans ago, so back 25 minutes ago or so. Rotation here was pretty strong. It's been broadening on this storm quite a bit. Just to the east of Montezuma. This tornado warning will probably be canceled in a few minutes for Barnes, City, and Deep River. Just stay in your safe place for a few more minutes until we're officially done. Montezuma, you're fine. You're mostly just rain and lightning at this point. Stay indoors at the bare minimum. But yeah, the rotation right now, it's near Deep River, between Deep River and Millersburg. We actually might be able to see this on a traffic cam, because this is like right along the, almost along the interstate now. Or it's actually, never mind, it's still south of it. Just kidding. Never mind. All right. Let's go back to, we'll go back to Connor here. He's on the southern tornado, or the middle of the 3 tornado warnings. He's near Eddyville right now. West of Ottawa. East of Albaya. He's about 2 miles or 3 miles to the southwest of the rotation. With these storms moving really fast, I'm not sure how quickly he'll actually catch up to this. Bottom right of your screen's that circulation. Latest scan still showing a large area, but a broad area of circulation. Approaching Chillicothe and Kirkville in Iowa. I'm also trying to see, we have a few traffic cams in the area. I'm just trying to see if we have any sort of lowering that is visible, or if this is just completely rain wrapped. So I'm leaning towards this is just completely rain wrapped right now. This is the latest radar scan and also the latest update. If you're in Albaya, you are no longer in the tornado warning. They have issued another severe thunderstorm warning for those back over in Watchir, Keota, Hedrick, and Brighton in parts of east central Iowa. The Centerville storm just does not really look very impressive. I'm not seeing much. It looks more like a wind threat to me. But I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case, because again, we are in a radar hole. It's not a very great situation for us. Looking at radar and, you know, visibility wise, if there is a tornado, it could be brain wrapped. This cell over near McFall in Missouri is starting to rotate. I would not be surprised if this got a tornado warning at some point, just purely due to the fact it's discrete. It's in a pretty favorable environment for tornadoes as long as storms like this stay discrete. If you're near Bethany or near Interstate 35, I would be staying vigilant and weather aware, because we could get a tornado warning on this storm at some point in the next 15 to 20 minutes, as long as it stays discrete. This is a bit more of the concern right now, I'd say, when it comes to these storms. Got storms now firing off also in eastern Kansas. They are firing off quickly. Damaging winds up to 70 currently west of Emporia, with the new severe storm that literally just fired in the last 10 minutes. So that threat's ramping up. Wichita, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We got damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That is going to be going right through the town here over the next several minutes. So be ready for that. If you're in Wichita, stay away from windows. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning. Centerville is a lot of scud and mild rotation. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that camera. I'll look though. See if I can find it. Oh, it's a news stations. Usually you can't show these, but mostly just wind right now going through downtown. This is the latest radar scan on the northern tornado warning. Just broad circulation right now going towards North English. This does not look as concerning as before, but it could recycle as it moves towards Iowa City. Again, recycling can take as little as 2 to 5 minutes. It can also take upwards of an hour. So Iowa City, just be ready for this because it could start to intensify again. It looks a lot broader though than before. It is at least producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. Right now, velocities on radar estimated near 80 miles per hour near Keswick and north of Webster. And that is currently approaching areas near North English. This tornado warning north of Ottawa, Connor is now approaching. Still broad circulation. This is Connor's view right now of this storm. He is actually starting to at least see the storm. He's been in the rain this entire time. So we'll see if we can see anything here. And this tornado warning is for Chillicothe, Kirkville, Fremont, and Dudley.
Oh my gosh, Rob Barr! Rob Barr! Thank you so much for the 250.
All right, we'll go back to him in a second. I don't see anything clear. I mean, that might be the lowering in the middle, but I don't see anything spinning yet. Again, he's near Ottawa now, so he's approaching that area on this particular storm. Still looks like broad circulation to me, possibly more of a wind threat, but there's at least some broad circulation going through Chillicothe, Iowa. Back near Centerville, again, we're in a radar hole. It's hard to see exactly what we have here south of Centerville, but again, just stay in your safe place if you're in Centerville or Moulton. Hopefully there's a radar site added here at some point in the future, because that's been a radar hole forever. Still have a little bit of circulation as well near McFall, going eventually towards Interstate 35 in Bethany. Let's see, what radar scan is this? 508. Okay, so this is the latest radar scan. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on that for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting some sort of tornado warning down the road on that, so it'll be something to watch for over the next little while. You can actually see how dark it's gotten, by the way, on the radar Omega Cyclone Port north of Kansas City. Those storms have been blowing up along the outflow boundary. And we have very ominous skies out there right now. You can actually see those towers they're starting to tower up a little bit, these cumulus clouds. The updrafts are starting to build. We actually have a lot of rising motion right now, lots of ascent, which is going to continue to build these thunderstorms really quickly, right along this outflow boundary. So expect storms to blow up really fast between Topeka and north of Kansas City. We had this one blow up in literally 5 minutes, and this thing is producing damaging winds up to 70 right now. And Burlington also, this is the other radar mega cyclone port. You can see those cumulonimbus clouds really towering up very quickly right now. As a reminder, if you're in Wichita Falls, definitely make sure that you are staying away from windows. Damaging winds up to 70 is currently approaching. We do have a virtual railfan camera there, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that if anything does look crazy there, as that wind threat is going to be picking up here shortly. The tornado warning for those in Albia was just canceled. So the storm that Connor's on, this tornado warning was canceled. Didn't really look like much. Connor does have a view, or did have a view of it. He's going through some low signal. He still has a view of it. Doesn't look like anything major when it comes to rotation. It's very just broad circulation right now northwest of Ottawa. And back over near Centerville. Again, I'm not seeing anything clear here, but we're in a radar hole, so it's going to be hard to see on radar. The storm near North English still does continue as a tornado warning for 18 more minutes. Rotation as of right now, still a large, broad area of circulation near Millersburg. I do think, again, this is more of a damaging wind threat right now that's heading west to east towards North English, Parnell, Wellman, and Kinross. So regardless of there being a tornado, we are still talking about EF0 type damaging winds that will be hitting these areas. So treat this as if it's a tornado warning, even if we don't get a tornado, because the wind threat is going to be significant here. Upwards of 70 to maybe even up to 80 mile per hour damaging winds moving west to east, heading towards North English as we speak. Just going to quickly go back to Connor. This is his view. This is the Albia storm, which is no longer tornado warned. Just want to show you all that scud activity there above him.
Hopefully someone doesn't.
And a lot of rising motion. Just doesn't look super organized yet. And it looks a tad elevated too.
Hopefully going into a tunnel doesn't slow us down too much.
Also, this is the virtual rail fan in Wichita, Kansas right now. I don't know what direction this is looking at. I will find that out probably in the next 30 seconds, or maybe not. We'll be looking at a train instead. Just kidding. All right, I'll go back to that when we have another view. I had to check I'll have to check what the direction is of that here in a second. Train emergency, absolutely. All right, we'll have another radar scan here in a second. And if you're in Iowa City, just be ready for this storm. We are watching this closely. Iowa City. Be ready for the wind threat and possibly a tornado risk. Have a tornado action plan ready to go in case this does produce a tornado risk as this does move east. Could still be doing so as it moves eastbound. The Centerville storm just does not look as concerning as before. It looks more like a wind threat, but we are still going to be watching it closely in case it does try to do something. As a reminder, if you're ever under a tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place until the warning's officially canceled. Now, when I do say rotation does not look really impressive, that doesn't mean you should just get out of your safe place. I'm just letting you know. I'm just, analyzing it here on radar. Again, the problem with this storm in particular is that we are in a radar hole, so we really don't have a great idea what's happening. I mean, we could go to a Missouri radar site, but like we are looking even higher up into the clouds than what we're looking at on the Des Moines radar site. It's just kind of a disaster in that area when it comes to radar coverage. Not seeing as much rotation anymore near McFall, but still a storm to watch for in northern Missouri. All right, let's see. We have another radar scan on this storm near Millersburg. Might have a small little tightening trying to happen near Millersburg. So still a possibility for a tornado. I'm going to go back to the other radar site. We'll see if we can match that up here in a second. There is a little bit of a tightening there. It's just not really strong velocities. So there's a possibility here that we have some sort of tornado, but nothing clear yet near Millersburg. No debris signature. Velocity should update here in a second. This is the latest scan near Millersburg in Missouri. It's fully rain wrapped still. It's right near Highway 149. Again, it's not as strong as it once was, but it could still be a tornado here in the next few minutes as it moves east. And Parnell is the main location in the track of that. The tornado warning behind this back over west of Millersburg near Deep River, that was canceled. So if you're in Deep River or Barn City, you are good to come out of your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, whatever it might be. But again, severe weather really ramping up now. This is why we have an enhanced risk today. It's because of damaging winds and possibly even a couple or a few tornadoes. A lot of storms out there right now. This is the main corridor where the severe weather is currently happening. So anywhere from Cedar Rapids back down into northern Missouri. And then we also have more storms firing up west of Kansas City, which these will probably quickly become wind concerns very quickly. This is really quickly developing. I wouldn't be surprised by an isolated tornado out of one of these initial cells too, if anything can latch onto this outflow boundary. We saw something similar to that a few nights ago. We had two converging outflow boundaries back over, I think it was near Osage City when it happened. And those two converging outflow boundaries developed one supercell, and it went like bazooka. It was crazy. And so that might happen here out of one of these storms along the outflow boundary. It might not. It's, again, it's not a guarantee, but it's something that we'll have to watch for as these storms do start to evolve over the next hour. And these winds are really strong right now heading towards Wichita. We got a significant wind threat right now heading towards Wichita, Kansas. Up to 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. I'm going to see if we have any live shot of that, because the virtual rail fan is looking at trains right now. It's definitely very dark in Wichita by the looks of it. Nothing's really looking up into the sky, though. Well, this is a live shot out of Wichita. We're not going to see much, but top of your screen, this is the damaging windstorm up to 70 miles per hour that's happening. Again, just very ominous skies. You really can't see much, though, unfortunately. These are all looking at the roads, which they're supposed to. Just letting you know. We can't really see anything quite yet. All right, here's the latest radar scan. No debris signature still on this storm. That's near Millersburg, Iowa. We are going to be seeing what the velocities look like. Again, the main area of circulation is on the northern line of this pink polygon, which again would be your tornado warning. That right there is the area of rotation. It's dark in Derby, south of Wichita. If you guys do get any photos, feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. This is Connor's view, by the way, of the Albia storm, which was tornado warned. He's now near Ottawa in Iowa.
Or
actually,
we're gonna get
pretty
stuck
crazy
at
looking
every
structure there.
stoplight. Let's see what the stoplight gods are gonna decide.
I don't know if we're
for
gonna
us
get past
today.
these trees or not.
Like Lady J with the gifted memberships. Dang, we've had like 100
I'll go
gifted
back to him.
memberships today.
If we do, latest scan on the velocity, still showing a weaker area of circulation near Millersburg. Mostly a wind concern right now, heading through North English, Kinross, and Wellman. So again, damaging winds, possibly upwards of 70 miles per hour, moving west to east towards Wellman and North English. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation, though, anymore on this storm. We haven't really seen anything really tight in a while. There's been a little bit of something here near Millersburg. It's still relatively weak and broad. Let's check out the Centerville storm again. Go to the tilt 2 here. Yeah, I think the Centerville storm, too, I think this is more outflow dominant, too. I think it's going to be more of a wind concern with this storm as it moves east-northeast. Let's check out this storm again. Yeah, nothing rotating right now in Kansas. Again, nothing really imminent in Kansas, but we're going to be watching them. Just in case anything does try to get going there along those outflow boundaries. Alright, we'll just wait for the next radar scan. Let's go back to Connor. He's looking at kind of a crazy structure there on the Ottawa, Iowa storm. I'm going to see if we have any view of that storm in Wichita here.
Okay, and there it is. That's the 100th gifted, I think. Thanks, Mason.
Wind just picked up hard in Ottawa. Yeah, there's definitely going to be damaging winds with all these storms.
Parallel
like, almost every single
right
one
now.
is going to be producing at least some variety of damaging winds. Whether that's
gifted memberships.
60 miles per hour or 80 miles per hour, like, that's all going to be possible today. It's going to be, it's, again, mostly a linear setup, and this favors wind
Lee with the gifted membership again. Thank you so much. Look at that. That is ominous. About to overtake us.
This is the virtual rail fan.
More police ahead of us.
This is back over in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not sure if the operator is watching the stream, but if you are, if you can face that west, if you are watching. If not, this is the, I think, looking north right now. Or it's looking northeast. Or it might be looking west, I don't know. That's a live shot there right now. We'll full screen it real quick. So Wichita, Kansas right now under a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. Keep a close eye on that. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Bloomfield, and Drakeville. My guess is that this tornado warning will probably just be canceled, but we'll see. Near Moulton and Centerville. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation there, but main concern right now will be damaging winds up to 60 for Bloomfield and Ottawa, with a tornado possible label on this as well. The wind stopped in Wichita. It's not even there yet. I mean, maybe like the wind prior to the storms is done, but like you're just about to get the storms. This outflow boundary that we have right here, this is where the surge of wind is coming from. It's all near Cherney and west of Wichita. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Halstead, Newton, Heston, and McPherson, Kansas as well. The threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Look at that outflow boundary. That is like one of the clearest outflow boundaries that you'll ever see. It is a clear line north to south from Topeka back towards the west side of Emporia. It's a very long outflow boundary too. It stretches quite a bit ways up. We have another outflow boundary closer to the radar Omega cyclone port as well. Wow, this is just north of Kansas City. We've been watching this. We watched this camera a couple times. It looks beautiful probably about 45 minutes ago. And then like 15 minutes ago we looked, there were just some towering cumulonimbus clouds, and now it's full-blown rain everywhere. I mean, it's a massive rain shaft here in the middle. Got a little scuddy activity there. And even on the other side here, just to the far right of your screen, another rain shaft. That's what the live radar view looks like right now. So this camera's looking west. That is the storm that was on the furthest left, and then this is the other one that's developed. And then right in the middle is a little bit of an opening. It's not much of an opening. You kind of see, though, a little bit of scuddy action there. Nothing too crazy. Iowa State Patrol reporting lowering near Highway 102. I don't know where Highway 102 is. Are we talking about this storm? I don't know where 102 is. I mean, it might be a shelf cloud. You never know. I don't know where 102 is, though. I mean, there's Highway 102 in Nova Scotia. Are we talking about Nova Scotia? All right, let's go back to the Davenport radar. We're going to have more luck with looking at the Davenport radar from here for a lot of these storms, as we are looking now east to west, so there won't be really any contamination associated with this anymore in this direction. You still have a little bit of rotation near Parnell on this tornado warning south of Williamsburg. Was a storm near Albia? Okay. Yeah, Connor's on that storm and didn't look like much. It looked like more of just a shelf cloud. All right, this is we're gonna go real quickly. This is Wichita, Kansas. I think the operator might be watching. This is the leading edge of that outflow driven area of storms. I think we're gonna have a view here of a shelf cloud. I think that's what that is. It's not fully rendered in, but this is the outflow driven area of storms back over in Wichita, Kansas. So once this gets a bit closer, we'll see this on the virtual rail fan. But I'm pretty sure now we're now looking west, so we'll have a view of that. But right now on this storm, that's tornado warning near North English in Iowa. Mostly a wind concern going towards Wellman and North English. That'll be going towards Kelowna eventually. Rotation, again, just does not look overly impressive. It's really broad and pretty weak right now south of Williamsburg. It will be on track for Iowa City in West Liberty, Iowa. So if you're in those areas, again, just exercise that tornado action plane in case we do get something as this moves eastbound. I think really overall, though, this will be more of a wind threat for the time being. It could reorganize, though. That's what we're kind of waiting for. I think we have a new radar scan coming through, or it might have already come through. Oh, yeah, it already came through. Okay. This is Connor's view right now of the storm in Albia. Look at that.
The only thing
ominous skies everywhere there. That's actually near Ottawa, sorry.
Maybe it's been, maybe my mom's been
hey, Joey, for the $5 super chat.
Throughout the day, I don't know.
Appreciate that.
No idea.
Thank you, Preston, for the $4.99. Outflow boundaries create a lot of rising motion. That's why they're significant, and they essentially will just develop tons of storms if there's a lot of instability and the environment is ripe, if it's humid enough and all that. It's basically a cold front, but not a cold front. It's like another initiator that initiates supercells and thunderstorms. So outflow boundaries are pretty important, and they can trigger storms very easily. And during this time of the year, they are extremely common in states like Kansas and Iowa when we have severe weather events. They're really common any time of the year when you have a risk of severe weather. They're not always out there, but when they are out there, they can, again, they create just a lot of rising motion. They can initiate supercells, lots of ascent. It's definitely a big part of weather. But initiators are like dry lines, cold fronts, and again, outflow boundaries, or gust fronts. Some people call them gust fronts too. That's another name for it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be just south of Iowa City for Kelowna. It's going to be approaching interstate. Or sorry, not interstate. Or is this interstate? Nope, Highway 218. Never mind. We'll be approaching here pretty soon. Again, moving west to east right now. Still have a broad area of circulation, but the tornado warning does expire in 3 minutes. My guess is that this tornado warning will probably be let to expire. The Centerville tornado warning still ongoing for 18 more minutes. I'm not seeing any rotation right now, but we'll continue to watch it closely as that moves eastbound. Gonna go back to Wichita. We have a live shot of this, so we're gonna go to that in a second. This is what it looks like in Wichita right now. Storms are quickly moving in. We have a report also just southwest of Wichita of a 67-mile-per-hour wind gust. The worst of the wind right now is near Goddard and Garden Plain, just to the west of Wichita. So we have a significant area of damaging winds right now that is currently moving west to east throughout a large chunk of southern Kansas. And here is that live shot on the virtual railfan camera in Wichita, Kansas right now. It is very ominous, and this is looking directly into the activity, by the way. This is looking right into the storms. See anything clearly right now that looks like rotation or anything like that. I wouldn't rule out a land spout with this activity, though. Alright, I'm done my soda. We'll keep going back and forth to this, especially when the storms get a bit closer. I mean, storms are just blowing up everywhere right now here near Wichita. Looks like we even have a little bit of rotation on that outflow near Colwich. And I wouldn't rule out an isolated land spout or tornado. Might be something there. There's also a little bit of something back up northwest of Bentley. Let's see if we have any live shots of that stuff. There is a possibility again for a land spout. It wouldn't really shock me. It looks like more land spout activity if something does happen there. There's something to watch for. Mostly a wind threat, but I wouldn't rule it out. Alright, this tornado warning west of Iowa City will expire in a minute. I'm guessing they're not going to reissue it. But we will see. For the time being, they have replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 and a tornado possible label. This is the live shot out of Wichita. I do want to point something out on the right side of your screen. Actually, I'll have to go to here. Right there, we got a little bit of scud activity. Just had a little bit of a lightning strike, too. A little bit of rising motion, some scud. Just to the west here of Wichita. This is at the Great Plains Transportation Museum, by the way, in Kansas, or Wichita, Kansas. So, that's where this is located. A little bit of scud activity just over that building. But the tornado warning now west of Iowa City has now fully been let to expire. The storm near Centerville is still tornado warned for the time being. There might be something developing near Udell, so maybe a little bit of rotation there. Yeah, it's so hard to tell being in a bit of a radar hole here. Unfortunately, it's not a great situation when we have radar holes. Might be something, though, just east of Centerville. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. Moving east-northeast. And that is right now on track for Unionville, Moulton, Drakesville, Bloomfield, Eldon, and Ottawa down the road. So those will be the areas in the track of that. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. I do want to go back to the Wichita, Kansas camera on the virtual rail fan. There is a shelf cloud there. You can actually see it now. That is the leading edge of this outflow-driven area of storms in Wichita. And Connor has an unbelievable view right now also of an outflow boundary. The leading edge of storms also here on that really squall line that's been developing across Iowa.
It is. Pretty nice.
It's quite literally
shelf,
unbelievable.
Actually.
Thank you, Boop, for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Thank you, William, for the $5 super chat as well. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jacob, for the one gifted member.
Blast ahead of this, guys.
Thank you also, Anna, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Vicky, Bill, for the super chats, and also thank you, Bryce.
Get some good structure.
Appreciate the generosity. Lost power on the north side of Ottawa. Hopefully you get it back soon. But that's quite stunning, to say the least. We saw something like that yesterday. This is the virtual rail fan. I've mentioned it a few times, but that's the virtual rail fan here in Wichita, Kansas. Damaging winds up to 70 currently approaching. Again, this is your shelf cloud right here. Not sure what that is. They are zooming into that. What is that? It's a little bit blurry. Something might just be scud, but there's something there. Maybe scary looking clouds. Might be spinning a little bit. Looks like rising motion, maybe a little bit of spin there. It's pretty rough shaped, so I think it's just scud. I think this is just rising motion and scud. This can sometimes lead to a tornado, but... But again, here's your full-blown shelf cloud. It's a little bit pixelated, but that's the shelf cloud right there. This entire thing. Also got more scud over here on the right. You can't see it, but there's a little bit more scud there on the right. Lots of rising motion. This happens very frequently with outflow boundaries right there. A little bit more there as well. Back to this camera in a second. Let's go back to the Wichita storms. I'm not really seeing anything like imminent for like a tornado or landspout. But this entire line right here is what we're talking about. It's a massive line of storms just around and south of Wichita. Damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, pretty much numerous to almost widespread from McPherson back towards the Nebraska, or sorry, not the Nebraska, the Kansas and Oklahoma border. Pretty widespread area right now of damaging winds. Most significant area of wind is going to be going right into the downtown area of Wichita over the next several minutes. So that's the main concern right now as this moves east. Just a quick little update. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Kansas City. This is mainly going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Do have a live camera on radar Omega right in the middle of this, and it is looking windy, rainy, wet, moist, whatever you want to call it. Nothing looking pretty active out there right now, but the main concern being damaging winds as those storms do continue to move east. Tornado risk will be very low out of that activity as it's very clustered. And then further to the north, we still have our tornado warning for Centerville, Iowa. Again, rotation has not looked crazy on this, but just continue to stay in your safe place just in case we do get a tornado on that storm. Everything else right now is mostly a wind concern. We are still monitoring a redevelopment for a tornado threat back over near Iowa City. So we're going to continue to watch that very closely. This is back to the virtual rail fan in Wichita, Kansas. Shelf cloud rolling in. Lots of scud as well. Back to it once it loads back up. Loaded back up. We're going to go back to it. We actually might be looking at a train here in a second. Oh, maybe not. Sometimes it zooms in. Very far left side of your screen. We're now going to the middle. That is the storm rolling in right now. You can actually see the shelf cloud pretty clearly. Got a nice little roll shape to it. Going up and down. Lots of rising motion, lots of scud. That's typical for outflow boundaries, by the way. It just indicates a lot of rising motion. Very end of this outflow, very bottom left of your screen. That's kind of the very end tail of it, kind of the southern side of this outflow boundary. Shelf clouds up here. We're probably going to see the wind pick up a lot, though, in Wichita in the next few minutes. I do not control the camera, but I'm pretty sure the operator's watching, so they've been changing the view of it. This is also the other shelf cloud that's visible in Iowa. Connor's getting a bit further away from it because he's trying to reposition on that line of storms. That's another example of a shelf cloud. That is what this shelf cloud looks like if you're probably about 6 miles to the east of it in Wichita, Kansas. Getting very windy in Wichita? I bet it is. No doubt it's getting windy in Wichita right now. There's a lot of cars on the roadway, too. I'm looking at some of the traffic cams out there. There are a lot of cars out there. And there's full-blown traffic. Let me go to this real quick. This is crazy. There's legitimately just full-blown traffic right now in downtown Wichita. And look at the camera shaking. It's starting to downpour right now. Tons of people out there. Probably doing their, whatever plans they have for today. Maybe grocery shopping or just coming home from work. It's rush hour, so this is to be expected. But it is getting very windy out there. Visibility is dropping rapidly in downtown Wichita. Yeah, all this wind is surging into Wichita, Kansas right now. Not seeing any rotation, which is good. Let's go to the other storms up here near Topeka. The warning was canceled, by the way, on the storm that was south of Council Grove. That's been canceled for the time being. Wow, it has gotten way windier in the last minute. I should have stayed there. This is what it looks like now. Can't even really see anything anymore. It got much windier there in Wichita. And then this is Connor. Again, we have so many views of everything that's happening right now. This is the shelf cloud near Ottowa, Iowa. Right over near Cornfield. It looks like Iowa to me. It's the perfect view. That storm is just stunning. It's currently producing damaging winds up to 60. So the tornado warnings have all been canceled, by the way. The one in Centerville was also canceled. That's coming right to Connor right now. This is the line of storms that we are looking at. That's what Connor's looking at the bottom right of your screen. Connor thinks he sees a kink of rotation. We'll go back to him real quick.
But overall, I don't see anything too crazy. This thing's hauling. Gotta set this back up here now for you guys on the window. So that way.
Also, wind's picking up in Wichita now. This is the live shot on the virtual rail fan. In Wichita, Kansas, with the damaging wind threat right now increasing. We are going to probably start to see these trees go a bit crazy over the next few minutes, as damaging winds up to 70 is currently a possibility in Wichita, Kansas. Again, this is the shelf cloud. You really can't see it anymore. We're kind of underneath it, but that is the shelf cloud. This is the outflow boundary that's pushing west to east in the Wichita area. We're going to go back to that in a second. Let's go back to Connor. Connor has a stunning view of the shelf cloud near Ottawa.
So it should be very easy to
You actually can see that blue tinge. That comes from the reflection of water droplets, for those that are wondering. That does happen a lot with these types of storms.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Okay, thank you, KP, by the way, for becoming a member. Thank you, Rex, for the $4.99. Saw some rotation in Wichita, just didn't hold up. Yeah, there was a little bit. Saw it on radar. Thank you, Heather, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Granny and Envy also for the super chats. It's windy as crap in Wichita. That is one way to explain wind. Thank you, Hollenbeck, for the $5 super chat. If I could describe a perfect storm, it'd be getting hit by cheese curd-sized hail while doing the gritty next to a drunk NATO.
I've been on this year.
It's a good one. Appreciate the super chat. All right, we're gonna keep an eye on this camera on the virtual rail fan. Wind is starting to pick up, so we're gonna keep a close eye on that. Still got some broad circulation to the west of Iowa City. Nothing on the ground by any means. We don't have anything really too strong yet, but the rotation is trying near F52, approaching Windham, and it'll be going towards the south side of Iowa City. So again, if you're in Iowa City, continue to stay vigilant. We could end up seeing some sort of again, maybe isolated tornado as this moves east. At the bare minimum, we're watching for damaging winds. So be ready for damaging winds upwards of 70, maybe even up to 80 miles per hour. Hatch down trampolines, protect loose line items. It is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, so tossing trampolines are definitely a possibility. This is back over to Wichita, Kansas on the virtual rail fan. Trees are starting to sway more and more. Got the surge of wind right now moving right through Wichita, Kansas. Quite a bit of lightning as well out there. See if anything goes flying here. What's Beryl up to? I'll probably have an update on Beryl tonight or tomorrow. No new information really about Beryl from yesterday, at least. Camera's moving here. So again, downtown Wichita in the Great Plains Transportation Museum in Wichita, Kansas. Damaging winds right now up to 70 miles per hour is possible. See if anything gets crazier, or if it's just mostly gusty winds. Quite a bit of lightning. The velocities radar didn't show as much, or at least as much spin as before. Power out in areas of Wichita. All right, so we're getting power outage reports in Wichita. And you can kind of see the trees are swaying a little bit. Nothing too crazy yet. Storm's rolling in as we speak. Not seeing anything quite yet. We'll go back to it if I do see anything. All right, let's see. Still got broad rotation west of Iowa City. Again, there is a tornado possible label on that storm, so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on it. Basically, all these storms in Iowa do have tornado possible labels for anything that's currently severe. So we could legitimately see a tornado with any of these storms as they continue to move west to east. Something else I do want to point out is that we do have 2 more virtual railfan cameras coming up. We got one in Burlington and also one in Fort Madison. So we'll be keeping close eyes on those ones as well, because we'll probably end up seeing the shelf cloud. We got, again, Connor Croft out there, storm chasing, bottom right of your screen. Storm Intermedia, also bottom right of your screen. They are completely wrapped in rain, it looks like right now. They've been in rain for quite a while. The problem with these storms is that if you get, you know, just a little bit behind these storms, you're getting stuck in them for a while if you're a storm chaser. Because these storms right now, they are producing, you know, obviously damaging winds, but they're moving so fast. These are moving west to east at 40 plus miles per hour. So you're not going to be able to keep up with these storms at all. So just keep that in mind. It's a very quick moving line of storms. We do have an upgrade, by the way. We have a destructive storm in Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now in northern Oklahoma. That's going towards areas near Jet and Nash. So those areas just off to the north right now of Route 64, a patch of super strong downburst winds. And actually, it's estimated near 90 miles per hour right now on the north side of Jet in northern Oklahoma. So damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour moving west to east. Going to be going eventually towards Waukita and Jefferson over the next several minutes. So that is a really, it's a small area. This actually might even be a microburst. It's only about 2.5 miles wide right now. But that could be a microburst there, north of 64. It could even be up to 90. They just upgraded this warning as of 2 minutes ago. This is 5:39, so this was the most recent scan. That might just be a pixel. It's 107 miles per hour would be insane. I don't know if we're really that high. But there are a lot of areas here that are showing at least around 90 miles per hour right next to the radar site. We probably have a microburst right now happening here near the radar site in northern Oklahoma. Again, these pixels, sometimes we have like windmill contamination and other stuff, so it might not be 100, but it's at least 80, I think, right now, going right towards this radar site in northern Oklahoma. And more than likely, this is a microburst. At least very strong downburst winds at the bare minimum. I mean, again, this storm just blew up. This thing's not been here very long. It just blew up. Yeah, it's a very localized area of wind. It's only about 2 to 3 miles in diameter. It's not really that large. Going north to south. Oklahoma's seeing their fair share of severe weather from outflow-driven storms. Do have a couple more reports in the Wichita area. 65-mile-per-hour wind gust reported near the Wichita-Eisenhower. And also a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust, which is severe, by the way, was observed just southwest of Wichita, near the radar site. I actually have wind picking up in Wichita. This is the virtual rail fan. See the trees starting to sway quite a bit. Very low visibility as well. This is right on the railroad track. Very low visibility. So again, we also have a traffic view. Wow. Okay, we're going to the traffic view. This is unbelievable too. Look this. Remember this? This is what it looked like maybe 20 minutes ago. This is what it looks like now. There's almost no visibility out there, and it is bumper to bumper traffic in downtown Wichita right now. And the wind gusts are upwards of 70 miles per hour. It's a night and day difference there in downtown Wichita right now. We also have another downburst near Clearwater in Kansas. That's near 70 miles per hour. Yeah, it's about 60 to 70 miles per hour there near Clearwater. Another quick little downburst that just happened down there. The terminal radar site also verifying that. Now, all these storms right now predominantly moving west to east on the outflow boundary. This is another view in downtown Wichita as well. Or is this Topeka? It says at Topeka. Is this Topeka? Oh, that's Wichita. That's a mislabel. Or maybe that's an exit or something. That's downtown Wichita. This is another view in downtown Wichita as well right now. I mean, this wind is crazy in downtown Wichita. Very windy out there. Cars are driving very slow on the roadways, and there is definitely reduced visibility as well to go along with that. It is crazy out there right now in Wichita. I mean, these storms blew up really quickly. This is over the last hour or so. This is when they began. They began back near Medicine Lodge, and they're just all outflow driven. And they're producing significant damaging winds between 60 to even up to 80 miles per hour. It's a large area of wind. And this is going to continue to be a threat here probably for the next, several hours at least. Probably at least through 8 o'clock tonight. So definitely not what you want to see. And also near Vining, just to the north of Jet, we still have that massive area of downburst winds that is destructive. Or not massive, sorry. Just a localized area. It's not really that big. It's like 2 miles wide. But at least a localized area of upwards of 90 mile per hour damaging winds moving right over the radar site in Oklahoma. The radar site has not updated in about 5 minutes. So we will see if this radar site is still good to go, because it's possible that it loses power or something like that with how strong that area of wind is. All right.
A new tornado warning.
Iowa
has been
City,
issued.
under the new tornado warning. This has been an area of rotation that we've been watching for a while, but they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Iowa City, Frytown, Windham, Hills, West Liberty, West Branch, Lone Tree, Nichols, Riverside, all included in this brand new tornado warning. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is moving west to east right now, right near Interstate 80 and just south of Interstate 80, where significant damaging wind still is the main concern, but we do have a potential for a tornado. They have also issued a large severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to include areas from Washington back down near Keosauqua, south of Fairfield. So the main concern is damaging winds up to 60, and there is also a tornado possible label on that activity. But this rotation looks pretty similar to what we just left it on. It's still relatively broad. It might be trying to come together, though, near Amish and Frytown. So that's the main area of rotation that I'm looking at right now. No debris signature on that. We'll see what the velocities look like here in just a second. And this tornado warning is for Iowa City, West Liberty. This is for Cedar, Johnson, Iowa, Muscatine, and Washington counties. So there's 5 counties in this warning. But obviously it does not include those entire counties, so that's just where we're at right now. But the main area of circulation that we're looking at right now is going to be right back over near Frytown. Just waiting for a radar scan. There it is. And so it's still, again, not really strong rotation. It still looks relatively broad. But we could see a tornado drop out of this as it moves towards Highway 218. And this will be obviously on track for areas like Iowa City, which is a pretty populated area here in eastern central parts of Iowa. The bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, but this tornado warning does include quite a bit of people. 109,000 people included in this warning, at least for the population. Hills, Riverside, Lone Tree, West Liberty, Kelowna, Frytown, West Branch, and Iowa City, all included in this tornado warning. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The dangers with this storm right now is that this is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. So if we look at radar right now, it's all red around this. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be extremely hard to see. So don't try to look outside for this. It's really not worth it. Let's go back to this is the radar Omega Cyclone port north of Kansas City. Still raining out here. We do have a severe storm here, mainly for wind and hail, north of Leavenworth. Doesn't look really tornadic or anything like that. All the storms right now in Kansas are mostly just damaging winds. There could be an isolated landspout or tornado risk, especially with this southern area of storms that does stretch from Oklahoma or northern Oklahoma back towards Newton, Kansas. But I think the main concern, again, will just be some numerous damaging winds. And it does look like this area of downburst winds has just gone through the radar site in northern Oklahoma, near Vining and north of Jet. We actually have a new downburst area of damaging winds developing north of the radar site, and that could produce damaging winds probably upwards of 80 miles per hour as well, as long as it does intensify with that strong area of downburst winds. Again, we probably just saw a microburst on the west side of this radar site, east of Cherokee, Oklahoma, and we may have another one developing there as well, which is definitely very interesting. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, main area of circulation right now is near Frytown. Everything else mostly is wind, so this is mainly the area of rotation. It is fully rain-wrapped. We don't have a debris signature, so nothing confirmed, but that is the area of rotation. Near Frytown, approaching Hills in Riverside, Iowa. We're going to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. So again, could produce a tornado at any time, and it's probably going to be rain-wrapped. Looking to see if we have any live shot of this as well. See if we can see anything, even though I don't think we'll be able to. Yeah, the storm does have a pretty nice shelf cloud. I mean, Connor at the bottom right has a view of the shelf cloud too, but he's further south. He's not on the storm, near Fairfield. That one has a pretty definitive shelf as well. By the way, this is Brandon Kopic. He's on the Radar Omega app, and he's also live on YouTube. You can check this out and check out his live feed on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You can download the Radar Omega app for only $8.99. Comes with things like live storm chasers, and Brandon is really behind the storms. Apparently, I think he was helping with an accident or something. I don't know. I saw somebody say that in chat, so that might have been what happened. But I just want to remind you, today's setup is not favorable for storm chasing really at all. Connor's done a really good job with staying out in front of these storms. It's not easy, because these storms are racing to the west, or racing to the east, I mean, from west to east, at upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour. And so these storms that are out there right now, they're ripping, you know, eastbound. And so if you get caught even the slightest bit behind these storms, you are probably gonna have a very tough time catching up, you know, to the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity. This tornado warning has been condensed, but really still includes the same area. It's still radar indicated. Nothing's really changed there. But the area of rotation that we're looking at is over Frytown. We're watching this area right here. Go to Connor real quick.
Now I'm gonna sit back and watch this sucker, and so are you guys.
This is Connor's view of that shove cloud further down to the south of this tornado warning cell near Fairfield.
Boom.
So again, that's the leading edge of the thunderstorm activity, mostly a damaging wind threat as mentioned before. But we could still see an isolated QLCS tornado, which is what we're really watching in real time right now near Iowa City, if that's able to get going.
Oh, we're gonna take max velocity storm chasing, don't worry. We're gonna do it.
Apparently I'm going storm chasing with him. Good time to tune in.
I won't need to talk him into it. He'll do it.
That's actually ironic timing that I tuned in when he said that. Latest scan still showing fully rain-wrapped rotation right now southwest of Iowa City. Well, we'll have a new radar scan. We'll see if there's anything that looks imminent. All right, let's see. See what the velocities look like and the CC radar. No debris signature as of right now. See what the velocities look like right now. Still really looks more like wind to me near Iowa City. I would still be in your safe place, obviously, but again, looks more like wind right now. Moving eastbound. Not sure what's going on back there. A lot of contamination back on the back side of this storm. See if there's anything new on this cyclone port. Not really right now. Let's go back to Burlington. Wow. Oh, this is the Burlington Radar Omega Cyclone Port. You can actually see the overshooting cloud tops here. That's the high level of these storms. So once storms bubble up, they get to a level called the equilibrium level, which is basically where storms stop from building up. So we can sometimes get overshooting cloud tops from that. This is where those clouds just kind of spread out. So you can actually see that edge here, and it's pretty circular. And this is from those storms that are developing along the outflow boundary. Aside from that, just a lot of small cumulus clouds out in front of this. But this is the Burlington, Kansas Radar Omega Cyclone Port. And again, there are some storms developing here between Topeka, back through Emporia, and then back near Wichita, Kansas. It is mostly just a wind threat right now, moving west to east. Upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds will be a possibility. Wow, these winds in Oklahoma are going crazy. Upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds right now, northeast of the radar site, north of Nash. The storm is still destructive, producing damaging winds that could be as high as 80 miles per hour moving east-northeast. We also have a wind damage report coming out of areas near Kelowna, Iowa. A trailer is blown over on Highway 22 near Kelowna. The time is estimated by radar on that report. See what the velocities look like here. Still not seeing any tightening yet. It's still broad, but we'll continue to watch this storm. Rotation is going to be approaching hills on the south side of Iowa City. Here's the latest scan. That might be something. That right there might be possibly something trying to drop right there, or it could just be some level of contamination. At least on scan by scan, there is a small little tightening there. And also, this warning got upgraded. It's up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This actually just got issued. We have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour near Muscatine, West Liberty, and west of Wilton. So yet again, another destructive storm here. We got one here in Iowa, and they've got one back over in northern Oklahoma. No debris signature on this, but that might be something. I'm going to try to see if we can get a higher tilt on this. Which I don't know if we're going to be able to. Yeah, nothing really right now. Nothing clear. There might be something dropping, though, near hills, though. That could also just be, again, some sort of contamination. We've had a lot on this storm. And Connor, by the way, on that shelf cloud again, back near Fairfield. Look how fast that's moving. I mean, again, that was like 5 miles to his west. And now he's going to have to start getting going, because otherwise he's going to get caught behind those storms again. That's the shelf cloud rolling in right now. There's a traffic cam in Riverside, which is near hills in Iowa, on this tornado warning. But it is gonna be so hard to see anything. It's fully rain wrapped. If there's a tornado, it is fully rain wrapped right now. Wait for another scan to see what happens. Yeah, that contrast is pretty insane. No doubt about it. Nothing new on that storm right now. Mostly wind right now, again, moving through south and south-central Kansas. There is a severe thunderstorm watch here that goes until midnight tonight. Got severe storms also ongoing south of St. Joseph. That is mostly just isolated hail and wind. And then anything right now along the Iowa and Missouri border is also mostly just damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, maybe an isolated tornado, but that risk does still appear low. Still don't have any debris signatures, so nothing again confirmed on this. We're going to see what the velocities look like. See if there's any increase in this rotation or anything like that. Here's the latest scan. So I think that might have just been contamination. It may have been a brief tornado too. I mean, there was a small little tightening there. But it looks like if there was a tornado, it's already occluded. It's back just to wind. But anything right now that we're looking at here near hills is all just damaging winds by the looks of it. We have a massive surge of damaging winds. Velocities are picking up upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds just south of Iowa City. Granted, again, this radar is looking a bit higher up into the clouds, so the velocities that you see here on radar that are upwards of 90 miles per hour, for example, that is going to be more like 80 to 70 at the surface. It's not nearly as high, but with that said, it is going to still be significant damaging winds. Nonetheless, moving towards West Liberty, and again, just on the south side of Iowa City right now. There's no doubt that this is going to be a big storm here as it does continue to move east. And by the way, this is on track for Davenport. So if you're in Davenport, Iowa, if you are near Burlington or Fort Madison, anywhere really along the Illinois and Iowa border, you should be ready for the damaging wind threat and then maybe an isolated tornado if we're able to get any sort of little notches or any little kinks. We don't really have that in this line right now, but that is something that we'll be monitoring as this activity does continue to push, to the east over the next several minutes. And again, we do have 2 live cameras. We'll have one in Burlington and one in Fort Madison. So we will end up seeing if we see anything. And this actually has now been observed. So this is a confirmed tornado near Iowa City.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters near hills. And that was probably what we just saw on radar, actually. I'm pretty sure what we just saw near hills is the confirmed tornado. Which, that might not be on the ground anymore, but that right there, near F62, that is what is being reported as observed, near Hills, Iowa. This is now officially a confirmed tornado, and weather spotters have confirmed this. East of Sharon Center. If it is still on the ground, it's going to be right in here somewhere. Probably near W66. I'm guessing this tornado was probably brief, because I'm not seeing anything clear on radar right now. But if it is still on the ground, it's going to be approaching West Liberty, Italisa, West Branch, and Nichols and Lone Tree. If you're in any of those locations, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building, as we do have the potential again for there being still a tornado on the ground. We're not entirely sure if it is still on the ground, but that is a report that just came in, and it's now officially an observed tornado by weather spotters. That's moving west to east right now. Regardless of there being a tornado, we're still looking at damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, which is destructive. That is nearly EF1 type winds from a tornado, for example, that are in a much more widespread area just to the south there of Iowa City. All this blue right here is all going to be significant damaging winds moving west to east. Near Kelowna and Iowa City, moving towards West Liberty, Muscatine, and eventually going towards Durant and Wilton. And also Davenport will eventually be in the track of this. But I am guessing this tornado is already occluded, but we're not going to make too many guesses here because there could still be something ongoing here. Just in case we don't see it clearly on radar. Also, a flash flood warning has just been issued for Iowa City back to the west as well. Main concern, again, just being flash flooding. Lots of rain's fallen in this area. Very saturated environment here across a large chunk of Iowa with how much rain we've seen recently. Still have a potential for a land spout somewhere in this line in south central Kansas. Outflow boundary still driving mostly a wind threat, but we could still see an isolated land spout somewhere in there. Alright, not looking at too much in here. Let's check up here again. Alright, nothing really. Let's go back to... We'll just stay on the tornado warning for now. Again, just south and east of Iowa City, this is where we had a confirmed tornado. As I've mentioned a few times, if you're just tuning in, we do think that this tornado has already occluded, but it might still be on the ground. It was observed again, not radar confirmed. We never got a debris signature on radar, and we still don't have one. But if you are in the pink polygon, now is the time to get to your safe place if you've not already. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. As this storm continues to move west to east, it could still have a tornado on the ground, or we might see another one drop as this moves towards West Liberty, Wilton, and Durant. But again, not seeing anything clear on the debris, on at least the CC radar, the debris signature of anything being clearly on the ground right now. Looks mostly like a wind threat right now, moving west to east. But initially, we did at least have tightening on radar. And this was the tornado, at least presumably. Because this was confirmed over hills. We might have something new developing on the east side of hills, though. So we might have something else developing there. And Iowa City, that just looks like a lot of contamination. West of Iowa City. Nonetheless, we are still talking about destructive winds going west to east. Upwards of 80 miles per hour right now. Talk about Hurricane Beryl. I will have a separate video or live stream for that either tonight or tomorrow. So if you are new to the channel, subscribe if you want information about that. Or watch my video from this morning because it's still pretty relevant to what's happening now. I'll have another radar scan in a second. You know, we may have something on the ground here. It's hard to tell. We don't have any debris signature or any new radar scan. It's very tiny. I mean, this is kind of similar to what we just had, though, when the tornado got confirmed. Your FM62. Just briefly intensified there, and then it looks like it occluded. We might have something new trying to develop now. Not really seeing much on this latest radar scan. No CC drop as of right now. We might even have something developing up here. Just to the east of Iowa City. Might have something trying to develop there. So just east of Iowa City, another little area of rotation attempting to develop. Oh yeah, look at Stormer Media right now. This is Stormer Media. They're on the storm that's back over in, let me check the location, Answorth, Iowa. So they're just south of the tornado warning. That's the shelf cloud. They were stuck in the storm for quite a while, so we've been just buried in rain.
I got nothing.
Also, the severe thunderstorm warning was updated in northern Oklahoma. It's down to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So just an FYI, that has been downgraded. All right, we're gonna wait for another radar scan here. Again, this is observed by weather spotters as of about 7 or 8 minutes ago near Hills, Iowa. It's still moving east. Regardless of there being a tornado, we still have a potential for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. I don't see anything clearly on radar as of now that is on the ground, but again, there could still be something on the ground here moving east. And it's on track for Davenport. We've covered Davenport way too many times this year, and it looks like we're gonna have something else happen there. We've covered it a ton. Tornado watch does go, by the way, for 3 more hours. All right, but the latest radar scan's coming in. We're going to check this out. Actually, I'm going to check the base velocities real quick. Yeah, that rotation was definitely stronger near Hills before. Let's see what the velocities show us in this latest scan. I'm thinking right now it's either going to be something in east of Hills or maybe even up near West Branch for rotation right now. There's a couple of small spots there that we're looking at on radar. Max when he covers Davenport. We've covered it a ton this year. Like, literally. I don't know how many times, but it's at least been 4 or 5 times, I think, this year we've talked about Davenport under severe weather. Alright, latest radar scan. I'm not seeing anything definitive. It looks like broader circulation near West Liberty. Again, I think this was the tornado, at least according to velocities and matching up to the report. That looked like what it was. Kind of looks like it's occluded out entirely. We just kind of have another large, broad area of circulation. But continue to be in your safe place. Even if we don't have a tornado, 80 mile per hour damaging winds are going to be likely with the leading edge of this activity, which 80 mile per hour winds are like a high EF0 or high end EF0 tornado. That's going across this entire area, essentially. It's just like it. It's close to even being EF1 type winds. So it'll definitely send some debris flying. Could have some flying trampolines here on this tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. It's still observed. We're going to go back to that. It has actually just been updated. It is still observed. I'm not seeing any rotation, by the way, near Wichita. Let's see. Still confirmed at the Muscatine County Fairgrounds. So this is still a confirmed tornado on the latest report.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So the Muscatine County Fairgrounds is where this was just observed again, which that is actually back over here just to the west of West Liberty. So the tornado that they are now reporting is actually be down here to the south of Downey. At least according to the latest report from weather spotters in the area. So again, if you're in West Liberty, get to your safe place. This tornado would be on the ground there near West Liberty. Which that does match up right now with what the velocities look like, even though they're not tight. That's where it's being reported. It's right over West Liberty. So that tornado is going to be in there. I don't see a debris signature, but that's where it's being reported, near West Liberty. Usually weather spotters call like the National Weather Service, or like sometimes the National Weather Service also has some sort of like stream pulled up or something like that from storm chasers that are in the area, and that's how that can get confirmed by weather spotters. It does vary, but that's usually how it happens. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. So again, confirmed tornado near the West Liberty area in the Muscatine Fairgrounds, which are in here by the looks of it. That's at least what I just saw. Muscatine County Fairgrounds. I'm going to go back to that. So that's right here. It's on the southwest side of West Liberty. That's where this tornado has been observed. Unless there's another one, but I think that's the one that we're talking about. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. See if there's any tightening here. Not seeing a debris signature, so again, that's at least good news that nothing significant, by the looks of it, at least right now on radar, is happening. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour damaging winds going in the direction of Davenport and Muscatine. Near the Illinois and Iowa border, there is a tornado possible label on it as well. So this tornado, it's going to be in here somewhere on the west side of West Liberty. It's going right through West Liberty right now, at least from the report that we're getting. And then if it is still going to be on the ground past that, it would go towards Atelesa. Just checking all the other storms again. No warning, by the way, in Oklahoma anymore. And we're probably going to get a new one, actually. We have another strong downburst going towards Jet, Oklahoma, near Nash. So I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm in a moment if you're near Jet or Nash in northern Oklahoma, for damaging winds up to 60, maybe even up to 75 miles per hour as that downburst begins to intensify further. That is the third separate downburst from a different storm that we've seen in northern Oklahoma in the last, like, 40 minutes. It's been kind of crazy. Everything in Kansas right now does look like predominantly damaging winds. I'm not seeing anything really rotating at this time, but we'll continue to watch it closely. Northwest Missouri, mostly just hail and wind, lots of lightning, heavy rain. Same thing with northern Missouri. Not seeing anything that's really rotating here either. Got some storm mergers happening there. Tornado watch, again, does go here for another 2.5 hours, or just a little over 2.5 hours, until 9 for western Illinois, northern Missouri, and eastern Iowa. And again, tornado has been confirmed a couple of times here, just to the southeast of Iowa City, near West Liberty currently, is where that tornado has been reported on the ground. We don't have anything clearly on radar for that, so it may have been something brief. It might be something that's recycling. So as this continues to move to the east, we'll continue to watch it closely. And I'm guessing there will be a new tornado warning within the next 2 or 3 minutes for Wilton and Durant, as long as this all is verifying out. Also, latest Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion. Several 60 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts. In addition to that, we also have the potential for QLCS tornadoes, which are likely within the next couple of hours. And this is the rear inflow jet. That's actually not something you see very often. That's on the back side of this storm. You actually can see it here on reflectivity. It's going to be this right here. It's going to kind of spin up the storm a little bit. That's kind of giving it the spinning shape that we have right now on reflectivity. See how everything's kind of just spinning there? Rear inflow jet is helping to make that happen, and that's why we are currently seeing the potential for tornadoes in this particular storm. And though there's nothing that's tight right now, I mean, any of these areas of rotation could produce a tornado. QLCS is quasi-linear convective system, and that basically just means that embedded tornadoes in a line of storms will be possible. That's what we're seeing right now. All right, well, I'm expecting a new tornado warning in the next couple minutes. If you're in Wilton or Durant, have that tornado action plan ready. And then south of Tipton, going towards Davenport, any of these areas, just be ready. I'll kind of outline the area that you should be ready to go to your safe place. Again, the warning probably won't include this entire area, but just be ready to go to your safe place if needed. Because this entire area is possibly going to be under the warning here. A new warning will probably be issued for this area in a moment for a potential tornado. Even though the rotation, again, does not look super crazy on radar, at least from what we're seeing right now, it looks still relatively broad. There have been a couple of reported tornadoes in this particular storm. And this thing is rotating. It's a QLCS-based tornado threat here. They can be very quick tornadoes in a lot of cases. So, you know, with that said, it's possible that we're not going to see it on radar at all. Connor has a trash can intercept at the bottom right of your screen. I think we just missed it. Flying trash cans are also a possibility, by the way, today. We do have a trash can meter, believe it or not. This is our... I would say this is our trash can meter for today, right here. We actually made a trash can meter like a year ago. So, you know, take a walk to find out. Make sure to put your trash cans indoors, especially if you're right along the Illinois and Iowa border. This looks like the main area of circulation right now near Springdale. It's looking like the main area. Everything else looks like wind on the leading edge. Might have something trying to develop here too as well, near Interstate 80. Moving eastbound. All right. Wait for another radar scan here. Thank you, Austin, for the $5 super chat. From the Davenport area, got an old tree I'd like to remove. Please stick together. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Well, that's one way to get rid of trees, is from damaging winds. That's one way to do it. What town is Connor in? He's in, he's near Lockridge, Iowa. It's between Fairfield and Mount Pleasant. So, bottom right of your screen, that's what that storm looks like. I think Storm Intermedia is actually a bit closer to the tornado warning. But right now, they're just kind of riding out the storm. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Power flash occurred in West Liberty near the rail camp, but might have been caused by wind damage and not a tornado. It's possible. It is very possible. Not all power flashes happen from tornadoes. I went through Hurricane Ian in Florida, and there were power flashes when the wind was really picking up, and that was just from, you know, ordinary wind from the hurricane. So power flashes do not just happen from tornadoes. Not seeing a debris signature still. Still have some areas of rotation north of, or just to the east of West Branch. But again, not really. That's kind of moving to the north right now. I'm not seeing anything really redeveloping on the immediate leading edge of this area, so we might not actually get a new tornado warning, depending on what happens here. So that area of rotation that looks the most concerning is actually moving more into the north. So if you're in Tipton, Mechanicsville, Clarence, or Stanwood, I would stay vigilant in case this does go in that direction. In case we do get something up that area, up in that area. Mostly hail and wind between Maysville and Plattsburgh. Topeka still looking at mostly wind as well. Peoria, mostly wind. Mostly wind in southern Kansas. It's basically wind everywhere. That little downburst near Jet did not intensify further, so briefly up to 60 miles per hour, but that's not going to probably go severe at this point. Actually, some broad rotation near Monticello, too, near Cascade, Iowa. Let's see, what time is it? 6:19, 6:19. So this actually lined up. A little bit of rotation here near Monticello as well. It's not warned for anything right now, but something to watch for. We do now have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Okay, this is quite the large tornado warning. This might be one of the largest tornado warnings that I've ever seen. This is going to include Loudoun, Tipton, DeWitt, Wilton, Durant, Muscatine, Davenport, LeClaire, West Liberty, and a lot of other small towns in this area, included in a radar-indicated tornado warning. So if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. This is approximately 175 miles in square mileage for this tornado warning. It is one of the largest tornado warnings that I've ever seen. This is not far from the largest tornado warning that we covered in like western Missouri a few months back. I think it was in like April. We had like a huge tornado warning that way too, but this one is huge too. Main reason why is because we're watching for that tornado risk embedded in this leading edge of storm activity, which is moving towards Davenport. Then we have these little areas that are moving to the north and northeast that could also produce isolated tornadoes. So it's a pretty big, you know, QLCS tornado risk basically that we're seeing right now around the Davenport suburbs here in parts of eastern Iowa. Apparently this is Monticello, so but there is rotation near Monticello as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on that, if that does intensify further. It's been kind of broad most of the time, but it might be tightening right now. A little bit of a tightening near Monticello. Base 2, which is a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, does show some stronger rotation as well. Yeah, that might get tornado warned. We'll see. Near Monticello. But be vigilant if you're in Cascade or Monticello, Iowa. Alright, I'm going to see if we have any sort of live shots on this real quick. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is all a tornado warning. That's not a tornado watch. That is a full-blown tornado warning. It's a huge area. And this is going to be basically the entire Davenport suburbs that are included right now in this tornado warning, as there are multiple areas of rotation. We got some on the leading edge, and then we got some spinning around where the inflow rear jet is kind of kicking in. We got a lot of storms that are spinning near Tipton, and then we're also watching for tornadoes to try to develop as well on the leading edge of this storm activity, moving west to east. The storm is moving east at 60 miles per hour. So any tornado that drops is going to be very fast moving. So you need to get to your safe place now. Don't wait till the storm gets there, because it could be on your doorstep by the time you get to your safe place. It's moving really fast. All right, let's see. I would be watching right here. I didn't mean to zoom in, but I would be watching right here. We got a little notch right here, north of Interstate 80. Could get some sort of tornado risk trying to develop there. Velocities don't really have much rotation right now, but that is one spot that I'd be looking at. Aside from that, we have a lot of other small areas of rotation just to the south of Tipton, which are again moving north and northeast, eventually going towards Loden and Wheatland. If you're in a mobile home, by the way, you got to find sturdy structure. That's where you got to go. Mobile homes or trailer homes, whatever you might be in, those are not safe during tornado warnings. Are there cameras? I was looking. Nothing really looking at this right now, but keeping a close eye on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning for those in Monticello, Cascade, Bernard. This rotation, as mentioned before, has tightened quite a bit. So strong area of rotation right now over Monticello near Highway 151. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, moving east-northeast right now towards Bernard. By the way, the new tornado warning that's back down here near Davenport, this includes a population of 245,000 people. So if you know any friends or family here, definitely let them know. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place. This storm will be in and out of here really quickly, by the way. It is a very fast-moving area of storms. It goes for 50 minutes for the warning, but like this is ripping off to the east. It's moving at 60 miles per hour, and this is the last 10 minutes, basically, of radar. So again, this is a really fast-moving area of storms. Just get to your safe place, stay there until the storms have fully passed you and until you're out of the warning. Because, again, this entire warning, it's just huge. We still do have an observed tornado warning near West Liberty. We are going to go ahead and take that off because I don't think this is still on the ground anymore. But we did have a couple of observations of that before. But this one's still observed for 4 more minutes, but just know the area of rotation that was observed is now into the new tornado warning for the most part. So, but if you know any friends or family in this area, definitely make sure to let them know. And feel free to share the stream with them. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest radar scan on the tornado warning near Monticello. Still a broad area of circuit. It's a little bit broader on the latest scan. No debris signature, but this is your area of rotation. It's approaching Cascade and eventually going towards Bernard. And then eventually going towards Highway 161. There's a lot of rain out in front of this, but if that can kind of clear out, this could become more discreet and actually could produce a better shot at of an actual tornado. So we'll see. There's a lot of rain out in front of that right now. Now this area of storms, it's ripping to the east and there's nothing out in front of it. So it's actually a more favorable area for QLCS tornadoes. We got a couple areas of rotation up here. We're kind of watching in here back near Wilton and Durant for maybe something to try to spin up right now as that moves to the east. By the way, these are all the towns in this tornado warning that are cities that are like relevant, because there's a lot of small ones, but these are the main ones. Nichols, West Liberty, Rochester, Tipton, Bennett, Wilton, Muscatine, Loudon, Dixon, Walcott, Davenport, just north of Buffalo, LeClaire, McCausland, Elridge, DeWitt, and Welton and Goose Lake. It's for Dubois County, I think, Jackson County, Delaware County, and Jones County. It's a huge area. These are all the towns. I mean, it's a huge warning. It's obviously a very populated area to begin with, but you just kind of see, again, it's just spinning kind of right now. It's almost a mesoscale convective vortex at this point near Tipton. Do have an outflow boundary as well near Cameron. So all these storms right now in Missouri should be mostly outflow driven. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of a tornado risk out of this activity. And also for the stuff in Kansas as well, it's basically in the same boat. We could see a land spout or a brief tornado, but it should be predominantly a wind concern down here. And radar omega cyclone port in Burlington. Showing very cloudy skies right now. It was actually pretty sunny before. It's definitely clouding up there. Cloudy there as well. All right, tornado warning that's observed will be expiring in about 55 seconds. Looks like we do have a little tightening near Tipton attempting to happen. Still got rotation there as well, southeast of Tipton and west of Tipton. And this is all mostly surging wind. But if anything can kind of wrap and get a little inflow, we could see a tornado there as well, going towards Durant and eventually Davenport. What is that? Might be a debris signature. Right here. Is that lined up? Not really. Might just be a pixel. Yeah, that's just, never mind. That's some sort of contamination. Never mind. Still have a couple little areas of rotation, though, there that could develop into a tornado threat. West Liberty is right now getting hammered with damaging winds. For those in West Liberty, the main concern is just damaging winds, and then it'll be out of there here soon. This is all just a huge area of surging wind, upwards of 70 miles per hour, and it's probably going to stick around for several minutes. It's not going to be done anytime soon. It's going to continue for several minutes on end. There are cameras in Lime City. Let's see if any of these actually are showing anything, but it is really windy out there in Lime City even. Which Lime City is right along Interstate 80. This is inside this area of storms right now, right along I-80. Camera's shaking quite a bit. This is looking eastbound on Interstate 80. This is mile marker 269 approximately. This is the latest scan. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Wapello, Fruit Lake, and Millersburg, and we're probably going to get a new one also for Burlington eventually in Fort Madison. Main concern, damaging winds up to 60. Still no debris signature near Monticello and also south of Cascade. We still have some rotation again on this storm going towards Bernard and eventually Route 61. Then we still have, let's check this out. So we still got multiple areas of rotation near Tipton. We might have a tornado there. It almost kind of looks like it, at least just looking by the last few scans on velocities. Probably something weak though if it is on the ground. Everything else right now going towards Durant looks like a surge of damaging winds. So everything else right now moving in the direction of Durant, Maysville, and Walcott. Looks like a huge surge of wind. We could still get a tornado in this again, but right now it looks like a massive surge of wind for the most part. We have another live cam coming up near just north of Durant on Interstate 80, near the Walcott exit on I-80. So we will be keeping a close eye on that. And once this storm gets a bit closer, we should have a pretty big surge of wind there. We even have some damage reports coming out of Wichita of some trees down. There's also a tree blocking 21st Street in Tyler, 4 miles southeast of Mays, Kansas. A couple damage reports coming out of there. All right, we'll wait for the next radar scan here. And yeah, if you're just tuning in, these storms are moving east at approximately 40 to 45 miles per hour. They are, again, very fast-moving storms. The tornado warning cell's moving east at about 50 to even up to 60 miles per hour right now. Betterdorf? Where's Betterdorf? Let me look this up. Yeah, that is included in the tornado warning, Kelly. Thank you for the 1999. You're included in the tornado warning. All right, here's the latest scan. This has turned into a full-blown mesoscale convective vortex at this point. Still have rotation in a couple areas near Tipton, and any of these could be on the ground. They're just probably weak and small tornadoes up on the northern side of this near Tipton. No debris signature at this point on any of that activity. And we might have something on the leading edge of this, but nothing officially confirmed yet. I'm not seeing anything on the ground on radar yet. A little bit of rotation near Bennett as well, Bennett, Iowa. Back near Monticello, it appears more as a wind threat right now, moving to the south and east right now near Monticello. Still got some circulation. We could eventually see something spin up here south of Cascade. Eventually, again, moving towards areas like Bernard. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. This storm looks crazy. I mean, it literally looks... this is, again, a mesoscale convective vortex that's developed here. It's just a spinning area, small-scale spinning area. It's obviously smaller than a, you know, low-pressure system or something like that, but a nice little spinning area there. And these are this is a feature that happens often with lines of storms, and eventually these can lead to tornadoes. And that's why there's a large tornado warning. It includes the mesoscale convective system, the core, mesoscale convective vortex, excuse me, the core, and then anything further down to the south could also spin up with any of these little notches, which we do have a few of them. Nothing's organized quite yet, but we do have a few notches up and down this line from Muscatine back near Loudoun. All right, we have a new radar scan that's coming in just a second. It's the latest reflectivity scan. Also got an outflow boundary. I do want to point this out. We do have an outflow boundary right here. So this should be mostly wind going towards Davenport. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but it's going to be mostly wind, at least temporarily, unless something gets latched on. It's wrapping like a hurricane. I mean, it's kind of what it is, really. When you have a feature like this, it kind of looks like a low pressure system, or some people will call it a hurricane, like a category 6 hurricane. Hashtag TikTok. But no, I mean, really, that's kind of what it looks like. But it looks like a lot of these areas of rotation, we really got 4 of them. They aren't really strong by any means, but we got 4 areas of circulation near that mesoscale convective vortex near Tipton. Again, these might be on the ground that are like tiny or small, but like none of them right now are confirmed by radar. So there could be something up there. It'd be going towards Loaded and Clarence and eventually Wheatland as well. And we might also have something near West Liberty right now. And all this is basically anything near and south of Interstate 80 is mostly just wind. And we'll have a live camera coming up here on Interstate 80 in a moment, so we'll see what that looks like in a moment. Look at that thing spin. Just look at the reflectivity. It's unbelievable. That thing's spinning like crazy. Yeah, thus far today, if you're just tuning in, most things have been wind when it comes to severe weather. We've had a couple of tornadoes that have been confirmed, but they've all been very brief thus far. So nothing crazy yet. Let's hope it stays that way, but you never know. This is not a setup that I would be completely just not aware of at all, because we could very easily see something that might be on the ground for a bit longer. But everything's been linear, and this is kind of expected today. We were expecting more of a linear setup with maybe a couple of discrete supercells. We did eventually see a few discrete cells develop initially, but it all became linear into this large line of storms. If today's setup wasn't linear, I think we'd be talking more about a tornado risk, honestly, if it was more discrete. But right now, it's just full-blown linear everywhere. And Kansas, this is just outflow dominant mania stuff. I mean, there's just outflow boundaries everywhere right now in the state of Kansas. Missouri is kind of the same way, too. It's mostly just outflow boundaries, so it should be mostly just wind. But anything up here in Iowa could still produce a tornado risk. We'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Still radar indicated rotation on this warning. West Liberty, you are no longer in the tornado warning. So West Liberty, you are good at this point. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. And thank you for the generosity. By the way, thank you to anybody else that super chatted or became a member. I'll try to get to those at some point later in the stream, when the weather is at least somewhat quieter, if that's even possible. With 2024, it's not been very quiet, but we will see. Still not seeing any tightenings right now. We still have several areas of rotation near Tipton, back through Bennett and New Liberty, but everything is mostly wind right now, moving west to east. see. Do we have that live shot yet? All right, not yet. All right, I'm going to real quickly take a 60-second break since nothing's on the ground. We'll be back in 60 seconds. I'm going to put it on Connor real quick because I have to pee. I'll be back in a second. I'll keep it bottom right of the screen, and we'll be back in a second.
Might be able to bust back out of it. We'll see.
Alright, we're back. Alright, let's go back to radar. Here's the latest radar scan, and again, it's still nothing confirmed or anything like that on the ground. Everything's still radar indicated. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's about to be on the ground either. Everything still looks pretty broad on this tornado warning. But there's still reason for concern, as we do have a very strong inflow jet on the backside of this. Again, line of storms. Again, you can see the spin clearly on radar. It's a little mesoscale convective vortex. So we could still see an isolated tornado somewhere in here. And we could see a tornado as well in between radar scans. That's entirely possible, as this does move west to east. But still nothing on the ground confirmed as of right now. But at the bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. The northern tornado warning east of Monticello, that is all still mostly wind. There was a pretty strong area of rotation over Monticello initially. It's looks more outflow dominant. Maybe some small tightening there north of Center Junction, but still relatively minimal right now. But we do have a new radar scan coming in, so that should be coming in just a second here. And we'll wait for that. Wow. Well, this is a live shot. This is the storm here. And you actually can see a pretty definitive line here. I'm pretty sure that's a rain shaft. I don't think that's a tornado or anything like that. It looks like a pretty nice little rain shaft divide line right there. This is just on Interstate 80 right now, looking westbound. This will be the leading edge of the storm activity, and we should eventually have a pretty solid view on the wind that'll be coming through here in a moment on Interstate 80. It's another live shot as well. I-80, the traffic cameras in the area. It's actually another view of that rain shaft, by the way. That's the dividing line right there. This is looking northbound, so you can see it a little bit better. But we will pull up one of those cameras once that activity gets a bit closer, if need be. I'm still not seeing anything really tight right now. It looks still pretty broad. We have a little bit more of an area of rotation near Big Rock and Dixon. A little bit of rotation there, a little bit of an inflow notch. Could see something develop out of this, maybe a quick tornado going towards Calamus or Grand Mound or DeWitt. But again, now is your time. If you're in Davenport or DeWitt, you need to be in your safe place now. Get to your basement, storm shelter, closet, or bathroom. You're all under a tornado warning. Goes for about a half an hour. Again, this storm is moving eastbound at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Stay safe, Cooper. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you, Marie, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, new velocity scan should be coming in here in a second. This is the latest scan. We might have a tornado trying to drop right now near Dixon. Possibly. Yeah, it's close. I mean, there's a little bit of a tightening there. Just on the leading edge of that area of storms. It's close. Might have a tornado dropping near Dixon, though. It's like the one, that's the only sign that I see of anything that's about to be on the ground, though, because everything else is pretty much just wind. When west to east. The good thing is that these radar scans are coming in every, like, 2 minutes or so. Not even, sometimes even every minute. So, we have frequent updates if there's actually something dropping. But again, I think a lot of the tornadoes that we are going to see, if any do drop in the next 30 minutes, will be really quick, and they might not even appear on a radar scan. So that's just something to keep in mind here. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport. Also, Clinton is included in this, and then eventually Genoso, Kelowna, LeClaire, basically back over in extreme western Illinois, basically, again, the Davenport suburbs, are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. There's also a tornado possible label on this activity. All right, so this is going, again, west to east. It's moving very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. This does include Cedar County, Clinton County, Rock Island County. Cedar and Clinton are in Iowa, and as well as Muscatine County. And then everything in Illinois for counties is Rock Island County, Henry County, Scott County, and Whiteside County in Illinois are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. You can continue to expect damaging winds as the primary concern, with a couple of tornadoes as this activity does move into parts of western and north central parts of Illinois. All right, we'll have another radar scan in a second here. Thank you, Beverly, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Sam, for the $10 super chat from Burlington, Iowa. We actually do have a live camera in Burlington, but I'm not sure if there's going to be actually anything severe there, because right now the wind looks a little bit less intense going in that direction, at least for the time being. Our velocity should update in a second. And I think if we do have any sort of tornado right now on the ground, it'd be one of these little notches near the outflow boundary, or maybe up in this area back near Dixon. So those are the three spots that I'm thinking. Even then, it does not appear like that. I just don't see anything, because, I mean, again, this is all outflow dominant right now. So anything that develops would have to happen right along this outflow boundary. And it appears to me right now is mostly a wind concern, with maybe an isolated tornado, but just nothing clear on radar right now. Of anything being on the ground, at least. It always dissipates before getting to Chicago, trust me. That's usually how it goes. Chicago, I mean, Chicago's right along the lake, which there's a lot, I mean, at least during this time of the year, the water is definitely colder than the temperature most of the time. So, it kind of stabilizes the atmosphere in a way at the surface, leading to usually less severe weather. It's more of a factor in the spring. During the summer, it becomes less of a factor, but during the spring, it's much more of a factor. Will this come to Chicago? Well, we were just talking about Chicago. Probably, but I don't think it'll be as intense as it is now. Maybe some isolated damaging winds. For what it is worth, the slight risk for severe weather is over after it gets past the Iowa and Illinois border, for the most part. And then it's just a marginal threat up to Rockford. With that said, I still wouldn't rule out, if this continues, I mean, it's a mesoscale convective vortex. These sometimes can last longer than like an ordinary event, so we might actually see, I mean, the next Storm Prediction Center outlook is going to be soon. This actually could get expanded a bit further out here to the west, or out to the east, I mean. We could see that risk actually be expanded a bit. It's going to depend, though. I mean, they're monitoring trends just like we are. It is possible that this risk does get expanded out a little bit, purely due to the fact that this is a bit more of an intense line of storms, but it also could just kind of lose energy. So we are starting to at least see it not being as organized, but it still does have a potential for producing damaging winds, probably up until central Illinois. And this is still radar indicated rotation. They have just condensed the tornado warning by quite a bit, I believe. Or is it the north? Never mind, that's the northern one. All right, so the northern one is still radar indicated. They just condensed the tornado warning. So Monticello, you're good to get out of your safe place. If you are in Cascade or Bernard, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Okay, this could be dropping into a tornado. We were mentioning this a moment ago. Strong rotation now near Dixon. That is the strongest rotation that we've seen thus far. So that is a tightening We don't have a debris signature on that, but that is pretty strong rotation. Just northeast of Dixon. They'll be approaching Grand Mound and DeWitt over the next several minutes. So that is the strongest area of rotation that we've had this entire time. It's not the strongest we've ever seen. I'm just saying it's the strongest that we've seen with this actual storm. Ever since the first tornado that was observed. I mean, this currently is moving east-northeast. It's going to be going mainly towards DeWitt. So DeWitt near Grand Mound. We could have a tornado dropping. There is a very clear inflow notch on that as well. So we'll see if it drops or not. Some people are asking apparently if I'm sad today. I am not sad. I'm not down. I'm just... What? I didn't see that in the chat, but apparently people were saying that. Hey, chicken for the $4.99. What are the odds of a damaging tornado hitting Rock Island County? I don't know where that is. But the odds of a damaging tornado to begin with are still pretty low. Hey, Victoria, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. This is the latest scan. Rotation's a little bit broader now, but I mean, there may have just been a brief tornado. Let's go back a couple scans here. We didn't have a debris signature at any point, but I wouldn't have ruled out at least some sort of brief tornado there. Just to the south of Calamus and northeast of Dixon. I'm not tired. No, I'm definitely not tired. We'll zoom out for the time being. Until we get another radar scan. Now, this is really the first legitimate attempt that we've seen at a tornado thus far. That's the first legitimate attempt that I've at least seen on the velocities. I mean, we had one back over near West Liberty, like west of West Liberty, south of Iowa City, but this one is really the most legitimate attempt that we've seen in this tornado warning so far, at least. And you have that little inflow notch. It's not a big one, but there's a small one there. Got a hook and everything. And this is a live shot on I-80 looking westbound. Just to the northwest of Davenport, where damaging winds up to 70 is going to be possible. Camera's starting to shake a little bit. Wind's picking up. Rain's picking up now. We were probably going to see the wind really pick up here in the next minute or so. So we'll stay here for a second. But this is right in the tornado warning. Alright, here comes the wind now. It's picking up. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit more now. See how windy it actually gets. We're right at the leading edge of the storms, and usually just behind that is where the highest winds are. So the wind's definitely starting to pick up more. I don't need emotional support, guys. I'm not in a bad mood. This is how I usually talk. Wind's picking up a little bit. Let me go back to radar real quick. See what the velocities look like. I'll go back to the camera if things really pick up in a second. I'm still watching it. Okay, the latest radar scan showing that rotation to have been occluded, but there is still some circulation near Grand Mound and Calamus. Northwest of Davenport. Just a little bit of rotation there. Those are the main two areas of rotation. And then back over west of Eldridge, I'm not seeing anything really too clearly here. It looks mostly outflow dominant. But we have a little hook there, so wouldn't rule out something. But right now, we're not seeing much of an inflow on that. It's north of Davenport. Anything back over directly west of Davenport just looks mostly like wind. So... And then the northern tornado warning still looks mostly like wind as well. But still stay in your safe place just in case. And everything right now in Missouri is wind. There's really not much else here. Maybe some isolated hail. I'm not seeing much of a tornado risk out of those storms. The ones near Emporia, also mostly wind. We have a new warning also near Council Grove for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then the Oklahoma storms, they're still trying, but this should also just be mostly wind. It's all outflow-driven activity. This a little bit more of a widespread view of all of our warnings and watches right now. Again, severe thunderstorm watch does go all the way until 10 o'clock Central Time for Kansas. Back near Kansas City into parts of Missouri, that goes until midnight tonight for that severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch right now goes all the way until 9. So this goes for 2 more hours across both parts of Illinois, most of at least eastern Iowa, and then also parts of north and northeastern Missouri. What is going on in the chat, guys? I don't need hugs. I am fine. What is going on? I am perfectly fine. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad you enjoy the streams. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Still got some broad circulation back up near Calamus and Grand Mound. It's still not really impressive. It's less impressive than before. And anything back near Davenport right now is mostly wind. But still watching for a tornado out of one of these storms. That live camera, really, the wind didn't really pick up much, so maybe the wind isn't as bad as advertised. This is an unbelievable live cam. Look at this. This is the leading edge of this storm right here. It kind of looks weird because it's looking at 4 different things, but this is over just to the north of Davenport. There's legitimately an unbelievable shot here of the shelf cloud that's rolling in right now. Very ominous skies on the other camera at the top left. This is looking 4 different directions, though. I've never seen a camera like this, but that bottom right camera is really crazy. Not sure if we can actually get a view of maybe just looking that direction, but it's like 360. It's also the Davenport Bridge. I'm going to keep a close eye on that too. Here's the latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. No debris signature on any of this right now. Right now, again, Davenport, you should still be in your safe place. It looks mostly like wind, but again, wind can still send debris flying. And we could still see a tornado as this moves east. Eventually going towards LeClaire. Well, you even have a little bit of rotation developing near Oxford Junction. A little bit of circulation there on the northern side of this mesoscale convective vortex. Let's go back to Bernard. It's all mostly wind, maybe a little bit of rotation. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in any of these tornado warnings. I'm not seeing really any rotation right now in this particular cluster of storms, though, at this point. It's a lot more wind right now, moving west to east. But as I've mentioned a few times, obviously, just continue to stay in your safe place. I know I'm saying there's not really much there. It's just, there could still be something out there, but just visually on radar, I'm not seeing anything. We're right next to the radar site, too, so we got pretty clear view of that right now. They have condensed the northern tornado warning and now only includes Bernard, west of LaMotte. This will eventually go towards Andrew, Springbrook, Bellevue in eastern Iowa, and then eventually move into northwestern Illinois. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Thank you, Gary, for the 1999 super chat. Is a hurricane just a massive tornado? No. Appreciate the 1999. They are extremely different. Even though they, I mean, yes, obviously they spin counterclockwise. Most of them at least do. But that's like really one of the only similarities. I mean, one is super large scale, relies on ocean water, and then one relies on land, a mixing of cold and warm air, lots of wind shear. Tornado, or hurricanes in general, don't like wind shear. You know, tornadoes do. There's a lot of differences. Also, thank you, Wild Child, for the 1999 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, J33, for the 499. This is the least toxic live chat in all of YouTube. Glad you find it that way. Appreciate you tuning in. Should have another radar scan in a second. Right now, it's mostly wind. Still a tornado warning, though, for the next several minutes. Thank you, Jocelyn, for the $100 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. You are crazy. Put smarts in the chat for Jocelyn, or Jocelyn. Today's storms have been mostly wind. Again, today's threat has been all linear for the most part. The tornado risk, for the most part, has been pretty low because it's been linear. It's not really a linear tornado risk that was really supposed to thrive today by any means, but we've had a couple of brief tornadoes back over near Iowa City. Aside from that, there's nothing been confirmed. But we may have had a couple other tornadoes that we just haven't seen or had reports on quite yet, so... Just kind of waiting to see if anything else develops, though. We still got a mesoscale convective vortex that's spinning pretty nicely. It's starting to lose some of its power, but it's still trying. So we might see another tornado or two before this is all said and done. But we still got probably about 2 or 3 more hours on the bulk of this threat. The peak of the severe weather, we mentioned this like 2.5 hours ago, was going to be between 5 and 7. That is so far panned out. We actually were perfect on that as well, the peak time frame. We could still see something after... 7 o'clock, which is now is 7 o'clock central. We could still see something after that, but that was really the peak time frame. From here, I think it's gonna be a lot of wind and maybe a couple more tornadoes. So we're still gonna continue to watch this all very closely. Right now in Davenport, we got the main threat right now being wind. I'm not seeing rotation down there. I'm not seeing rotation near DeWitt at this point. We had some before, but we could still see an isolated tornado as this moves west to east. They make me laugh for the $10 super chat. I'm not going to make you laugh, by the way. Thank you, Acre, for becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. I have an update on the northern tornado warning, I think. Or actually, no, it's this one. Tornado warning has been condensed for Clinton and Scott County, Iowa. Those are the only 2 counties now included in this tornado warning. So again, DeWitt, Davenport, LeClaire, Lowmore, McCausland, Elvira, Welton, Goose Lake, Charlotte, all included in this tornado warning still for the next 14 minutes. So just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in the interior room of your home or building as this storm does continue to pass by you. Again, I don't think we're going to see a tornado, but it cannot be ruled out at this point. This is a live shot, actually, of the storms rolling in right now. They are moving in fast. Look at the top right of your screen. That is the storm itself. It is moving really quickly from the right side of your screen inwards. So we'll see if we can see anything there at the top right. It's definitely looking interesting, though. This is moving in quickly. I mean, again, this storm's moving at upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we'll see if we can see anything there. This is inside the tornado warning. Sam, I have no clue what that is, to be honest. I don't know what ERA even means. Is it on the ground? No, it's just radar indicated. Last time we had something confirmed was about a half an hour ago or so, maybe a bit longer than that, south of Iowa City. But this right here at the top right, that's the storm. I mean, it's rolling in fast. At 50 to 55 miles per hour. It's a very fast-moving complex of storms. Reed Timmer just tweeted and said, severe thunderstorms can and occasionally do produce tornadoes. Very insightful. Did not know that. By the way, the tornado that happened last night in Lincoln, which Brandon Kopic was live last night until like 2 a.m. Huge props to him. And that was Central Time, by the way, not even Eastern Time. He was live until 3 a.m. Eastern Time last night. There was a tornado that dropped on the south side of Lincoln, Nebraska. It was near College View. This is the latest on that. So this was an EF1 tornado with sustained winds near 110 miles per hour near Rokeby. Wasn't on the ground very long, but we had a very clear debris signature. So, quite unbelievable. And I'll probably show you the debris signature photo here in a little bit. But it was pretty unbelievable. I mean, the debris signature was pretty large for what it was. And so, yeah. Talk more about it later, but we weren't live for that. It was so late in the night. It was just a quick tornado, but it had a pretty large debris signature briefly. There were a ton of trees down in that area. Still not seeing really any crazy rotation. We could still get an isolated tornado, though, on the leading edge of this activity. That's near DeWitt, just north of Davenport. Still have a little bit of spin here. Still got a little mesoscale convective vortex trying to spawn a couple more tornadoes as this moves west to east. over the next several minutes. And if you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay there. There's only 12 minutes left, and then after that, this should be mostly wind into Illinois, maybe an isolated tornado. And then anything further down to the south right now is predominantly wind for the time being. We got a radar omega cyclone port in Burlington, Kansas. This is what it looks like right now. We should have a pretty good view of the storms in Kansas here soon on this live camera. Might see another shelf cloud. That's just off to the southeast of a cluster of storms that are all outflow driven with mostly wind. There's actually an outflow boundary coming this way, so we might see that too. That actually also might be this, but I don't think it is. There's no reason to be scared right now if you're in this warning. Just be in your safe place and you'll be good. I'll stay zoomed out here for a second. Let me go back to that live camera here. The very ominous skies moving in right now. This is, again, in Davenport, Iowa right now. Southbound on I-74. Very ominous skies, obviously, on the top right of your screen. See if we can see anything here. Connor's looking for a good mud road. He actually is. I think Connor's wrapping up. We'll go to Storm Intermediate, bottom right. Not seeing anything quite yet. We got the shelf cloud right there. Just looking to see if we can see any sort of circulation. I don't know if we will, but it's possible. Thank you, Austin, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, by the way, to those that are sending in photos and videos on Twitter. This is from Sparkle Flare BB on Twitter. That is the shelf cloud moving into Davenport right now. So there you go. Nice little shelf cloud rolling right in to Davenport. That's what we're looking at, by the way. We're on the other side of it. So that right there is a shelf cloud. Everything else in here is mostly just rain. Excellent video on Beryl this morning. Appreciate it. We'll have another video just like that tomorrow morning, and then we'll also probably have a live... I think after this live stream, I don't know when this live stream will be done, but we are probably going to do a Hurricane Beryl live stream. Kind of a little update tonight, and then tomorrow we might do some coverage on it. I'm not sure yet. So we'll see. Because it's going to make landfall in Jamaica tomorrow. Or likely to make landfall in Jamaica tomorrow. Wait for the next radar scan here. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in, we again have 2 tornado warnings in Iowa. We got one south of Dubuque, and then the other one back over near Davenport. It does look like this is mostly a wind threat at this point, but we are still monitoring the potential for maybe an isolated tornado before this moves into Illinois. And everything else further down to the south at this point has been mostly wind up to this point. It's all outflow-driven storms. The one that's going towards Kansas City could try to do something. It actually is riding right along the outflow. We could get some sort of tornado risk out of that. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's possible. It's right next to the outflow. So we might see something try to develop there near Reno, going towards Edwardsville. So we're going to keep a close eye on that storm. And everything else further down to the south is just wind. Oklahoma storms are dying out. Only a few more pop-up thunderstorms with some isolated downburst winds, and that activity will be mostly done. By the way, I actually changed my radar omega borders. They're actually black now. I don't know if that's better than white. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys like the borders being black or white on the map for the states? I have a little area of rotation near McCausland. We could have a tornado trying to drop there. Not really too strong, though. Everything else looks like wind. A little bit of something there, though. All right, everybody's saying black. All right, so we're keeping that. I think the white borders just popped out way too much. The northern tornado warning has been canceled. And then this tornado warning, we'll see what happens, but this one also might be canceled. We'll see. Still spinning. Little mesoscale convective vortex still on radar. Further reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream. It does help get this out to more people that are in the path of these storms. Yeah, the counties are white. Actually, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, the counties are white, and then the other, or actually they might be gray. Yeah, they're a bit more gray. And then the other borders are black, which actually looks better. It stands out nicely, believe it or not. Actually looks pretty good. You have a new mesoscale discussion. Increasing severe threat now across parts of Missouri and also near Kansas City. So next in line, after this line of storms continues to move through Davenport, we're probably going to start to see more of an increase of storm activity and severe weather just to the south of Kansas City, back into the Kansas City metro, and then eventually into north central Missouri, where all modes of severe weather will be possible, but the main concern is going to be damaging winds and maybe some isolated hail. We could see a tornado or two, especially if the storms do latch on to the outflow boundary that is currently in place down there in Kansas. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. It is very ominous right now. This is in Davenport. Look at this. Wind's picking up a lot on the traffic cam on the south, looking south on I-74. Up at the top, that's your leading edge of the storm activity, your shelf cloud that's currently moving through. Very ominous out there right now. Somebody just said Max is a gourmet chef on the side. That is cap. I gotta tell you that. That is very cap. I do not know how to cook at all. Yeah, this is looking towards Illinois. This actually might be in Illinois. Oh yeah, this is the 11th Avenue in Illinois. So this is actually just south of Davenport that we're looking at. My apologies. It's called Dubuque. Dubuque. They all sound the same. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Still could see an isolated tornado as this goes towards Clinton and Comanche and eventually Morrison, Illinois. Looks mostly like a wind threat, though, for the time being, west to east. Hey, Preston, for the $5 super chat. I don't know where that is. Let me look. Talking about up here. Oh, are you talking about this right here? This, I actually pointed this out. I honestly think that this could get tornado warned if it does intensify. It hasn't really yet. We had something, yeah, we had one back near Oxford Junction a little while ago. It's kind of, it's trying. It's kind of where it's on the back side of the mesoscale convective vortex. I think it's going to be tough for this thing to produce a tornado, but it is possible. And actually, the latest scan does show it a bit stronger, so it's possible. It's still broad, but it's something that we'll have to watch for as that gets closer to Maquoketa in Iowa. And everything else looks like wind still right now. Maybe a brief tornado somewhere on that leading edge, but it looks like mostly wind. Tornado warning does expire in 3 minutes, by the way. So this will officially expire in 3 minutes. I will stay zoomed out here for the time being. Should have another radar scan here in just a second. Guys, the pronunciations are fine. It's alright. It's alright. Unless we get like I mean, you know what I'm talking about. It's fine. Alright. Tornado warning does expire in 2 minutes. Is this a derecho? No. It's not a derecho. Thank you, Matthew, for the $4.99. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the generosity. Velocity should update here in a second. Here's the latest scan. So that area that's going towards Makita is still pretty broad rotation. Latest scan actually showing it to be a bit weaker. And then everything else that's on the leading edge of the storm activity near Lowmore and Kamenchi is relatively broad. I'm not seeing any debris signatures or anything like that. I think this warning will be let to expire. They will probably end up issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster up here near Clinton. For damaging winds up to 60, or maybe something up there near Clinton. So going into Illinois, you can at least expect damaging winds as this moves east. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Kansas City. We're just talking about this storm, but again, if it can latch onto this outflow boundary, we could get a tornado out of this as it moves east. It's not a guarantee, but it is something that we're going to be monitoring because storms like this do a lot of the time produce an isolated tornado risk. So this storm right now going towards Kansas City still has that potential to do something like that. The clouds are looking quite interesting right now in Burlington, Kansas. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port back over southwest of Kansas City. This is near Burlington. Mid to low level clouds. There's an outflow boundary pushing down that direction, so some gusty winds can be expected as this continues to move down to the south and southeast, at least that boundary. Storms will continue to move mostly east and northeast, but we have some storms growing down to the south. The tornado warning now for Davenport has fully been canceled. Actually, Brandon Kopic, who's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube, is driving right in the midst of this storm. He's actually caught up entirely. So he's in the storm right now. He's on Interstate 80. But you can watch him on the Radar Omega app. You can download the Radar Omega app and watch storm chasers like Brandon Kopic and other ones with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. But he's actually caught up somehow. I'm kind of surprised. These storms are moving really fast, and again, it's not favorable for storm chasers, really at all, to try to catch up to these storms. All right, we'll just stay zoomed out for the time being. But friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest. Severe weather threat's not quite done yet. We should probably at least have another hour or two here of coverage for what's happening out there. So we got a threat that's going to be growing in Missouri and Kansas, and then our threat is now moving into parts of western Illinois. So things will continue to stay at least relatively interesting for the next hour or two. Thank you, Curly, for the $10 super chat. I'm in Buffalo, Iowa. You got me through a rough year. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. It's been a rough year for a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. It has been rough. This year has been very difficult. This is the virtual rail fan in Fort Madison right now. I'm gonna bring you all the way over to the right here. Got the shelf cloud rolling in right now on the virtual rail fan. Right side of your screen is that storm near Fort Madison, Iowa. Should have a pretty good view of this as it rolls in here to Fort Madison. What really is interesting to me is why are there people running still out here? Are those people on horses or are those bikes? Or is it both? Or is that guy just carrying something? That looked like a horse. He's carrying something. Never mind. And you see those ominous skies. I'd be running home if I was that guy. Thank you, Michael, for the $4.99. Shout out to Michael. Appreciate you tuning in. That's a cop? I don't think that's a cop. Somebody just said he's carrying a horse. I think that's just some sort of barrier. I think that's all that is. Alright, well, we're going to keep a close eye on the Fort Madison camera. I'm going to have it on my top monitor so we can pull over to that whenever we need to. Because I think it'll get interesting down there. The storms that are down here, they're actually not severe right now, but they are not looking too shabby. At least got some gusty winds near Mediapolis, north of Burlington in Iowa. So that's at least a threat for the time being. Got a lot of winds right now surging west-east, though. That's really been the biggest concern so far, has been damaging winds. But that storm's getting much closer in Fort Madison. We're going to probably have a view of that shelf cloud and clear picture within the next minute or two. So we're going to go back to that here shortly. By the way, following this live stream, I think we are going to be doing an update on Hurricane Beryl in a separate live stream. So just keep that in mind. I'm probably going to have it so that this stream just redirects to that one. I don't know if we're going to go instantly live right after this stream, but I think we're at least going to have an update tonight on Hurricane Beryl. To kind of give you a rundown of what's happening out there, because I know a lot of people are asking, lots of people have questions, and if it will hit the United States. Personally, I think it's going to hit the United States. I've thought that since 3 days ago, and I still have that thought that it's going to hit at least some part of the Gulf Coast, whether that's Texas or Louisiana. We are going to have a live stream, I think, after this stream, unless something goes crazy and we have to stay live past 9 o'clock. Because I think I'm going to try to go live for that around 9 Central Time. So in about an hour and 45 minutes. I'm going to have a quick snack probably, and I'll probably go live like 15 minutes after this live stream ends, whenever that is. And again, this stream's not ending right now. We're going to be live at least for the next hour for severe weather coverage, as it's still well from over. Just letting you know, for those that are wondering about Hurricane Beryl, the latest update, just a quick little update on it. It is still a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. It is barely still has an eye. I mean, it's an unbelievable hurricane. It's still exploding. There's a lot of wind shear, but it's still a very intense hurricane, and it will be making an approach to Jamaica tomorrow morning, and it's going to make landfall there eventually, and then it'll eventually go into the Gulf of Mexico, where things could go crazy. We could get a big hurricane going towards Louisiana or even Texas, so we are going to be breaking that down in tomorrow morning's video, and as well as probably in a live stream that follows this one, whenever the severe weather threat is low enough for us to do that, because it's not low enough yet. We still got a chance for tornadoes, and as well as the potential for some damaging winds within the next hour or two. So just letting you know, giving you a little rundown, but we are planning on doing a live stream after this one, because I know a lot of people are wondering about it, asking questions. Some people are, some people during a tornado warning were like, cover Hurricane Beryl. I'm like, there's a tornado warning. We need to cover that. Thank you, Ben, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. All right, let's go back to Fort Madison. Let me check out that camera again. All right, here's Fort Madison on the virtual railfan right now. Look at that shelf cloud right there. Really impressive. I love shelf clouds. This is so much better than regular news channels. They were panicking in Iowa. They were panicking. Well, I mean, local news and stuff, like, sometimes that does happen. It just kind of depends on the situation, right? Because we do nationwide weather, and I've been doing weather coverage like this for 2 years now. When I see something that looks really sketchy on radar, that looks like it's going to go big, I'm going to let you know. Like, we're going to go crazy. Like, it might get dramatic, right? But for a good reason. Like, things in, like one state, for example, like, if we have a tornado warning over in, I don't know, whatever state it might be. Let's just say we're talking about Wisconsin, like northern Wisconsin, and they have like 4 tornado warnings a year. Let's just say that's the average. Like, they're going to be more dramatic in a way towards that, because it's just something that doesn't happen as often. Now, Iowa, they see plenty of tornado warnings, but, like, you know, it's a state that's been hit hard this year. We've had a lot of warnings, so I think a lot of it's just perspective, honestly. And so all you know, every single news station is different. They're not all the same when it comes to weather coverage. So why Wisconsin? I don't know. It's just what I thought of first. And this is live here in downtown Fort Madison, Iowa, near the Kingsley Inn, on the virtual railfan camera, looking west at a shelf cloud that is rolling in. Not really any rain behind it, but a nice little leading edge. This is your outflow boundary, quote unquote. It's an initiator. Brings damaging winds quite a bit, or at least gusty winds. This will probably at least bring some gusty winds here. There's a bird flying also onto the sign. Any significant weather for Wisconsin tonight? I wouldn't expect anything significant, but I think there will be a chance for isolated damaging winds on the very far southwestern side of the state. That would be about it. And we will have a new SPC outlook in about not even 40 minutes, about 35 minutes. So we'll see what the update is. As I mentioned before, I wouldn't be surprised if the risk outlined does expand a little bit and maybe includes areas that are a bit further out here to the east. depending on trends, right? Because right now the threat of wind is really the main concern, maybe an isolated tornado. We still have damaging winds that are rolling across right now, across parts of western Illinois and still eastern Iowa. So the marginal threat could get expanded a bit further out here to the east. Because it only goes out to like here. It doesn't go very far. So we might see that expanded a little bit. Nonetheless, I wouldn't expect anything substantial. Aside from wind and maybe a brief tornado. Wisconsin is soggy. It's pretty moist in Wisconsin right now. Very, very moist. Basically everywhere. Still watching this storm near Kansas City. Again, I wouldn't be surprised with an isolated tornado. It's right along the outflow boundary. Would not shock me if we got something out of this. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the north side of Kansas City near Smithville and Leavenworth. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be the main concern there. Look at this. This is the Burlington, Kansas Radar Omega Cyclone Port. These are the live cams that they have exclusively in their app. You can download the app for only $8.99 on iOS and Android and watch these cameras as well with the top link in the description below. And they have hundreds of live cameras, or at least dozens of live cameras across much of the United States, especially in parts of the Southeast. And highly recommend you check this out. You can also track Hurricane Beryl with Radar Omega with their subscription service. You can get one of their 3 subscriptions. They have the Alpha, Gamma, and Beta subscriptions. And those do include hurricane data. You can be able to track Hurricane Beryl in real time with high-quality satellite imagery, computer models, and much more. Highly recommend checking it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This is a live view out of Burlington. Got a nice little shelf cloud coming through here, too. Why do people think I'm sad? Like, I don't understand. I'm like normal. Like, I feel great. Feel fantastic. I love your LED light. Appreciate it. I don't even know where I got it. I got it on Amazon. But, like, I don't even know which one it was. There's a bunch of them on Amazon. There is a lowering, by the way, in Kansas City. So, this storm that we're talking about, there's actually a lowering. There's a wall cloud that's not really rotating much, but there is a wall cloud. I was talking about this before. It's right along the outflow, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a brief tornado. I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up. There might be a live shot of this, so I'm gonna look. There is a lowering as of 5 minutes ago. By the way, thank you to anybody that sent a super chat during the tornado warnings. I'm probably not gonna be able to get to them. I don't even know how far back they'd be, so just letting you know. I'm trying to see if we have a live shot of that wall cloud. The wall cloud would be somewhere northeast of Edwardsville. Be somewhere. This is the outflow. This is the storm. If we have one, it would be on the north side of Interstate 80 or Interstate 70 right now. Trying to pull up some sort of live shot. Why are these cameras not loading? We have sirens again in Davenport. Probably just for the severe storms. There's no tornado warning up there right now. Can these cameras load? Nothing's loading right now. I don't know why on their website. There was reportedly a wall cloud. I'm seeing photos of it on Twitter. Just don't know why their traffic cams aren't loading. Alpha, Illinois. It's going to be mostly damaging wind, Shane. It's mostly damaging winds for anyone in Illinois at this point. What's going on with I don't know if it's my computer. Do I have too much memory being used? No, I don't. Okay, so it's just their website. For some reason, I'm trying to load the cameras. They're all, like, just not loading at all. Hoping something pops up here, because I want to see if we can actually see the lowering and if it actually is dropping something. Apparently, there's very limited rotation, but there's a wall cloud west of Kansas City. This is the shelf cloud on the Burlington, Kansas radar Omega cyclone port. Oh, they have a live camera outage. That would be why. That's exciting. Good times. Hey, Ben, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. But at least via radar, I mean, I'm not seeing anything that looks imminent, but there is at least a wall cloud. Tilt 1 and 2. Let's go to tilt 3. You can see the rotation. I mean, there's definitely rotation aloft on this storm. There's some circulation. I don't think it's imminent, as I said before. I mean, the wall cloud didn't look like it was rotating much, but, like, the thing is that what we're going to have to watch for is as this moves east, can it latch onto that outflow? But if it can latch onto this boundary here, that's a lot of the time when we get our greater tornado risk with a storm like this. So that's what we're really monitoring right now near Kansas City. The terminal radar site, not showing as much rotation, but it's a bit further away. It's looking higher up into the clouds. Let's go back to western Illinois here. Western Illinois is mostly damaging winds. I'm not seeing any rotation. The storm that's near Maquoketa, Iowa, that's pretty broad circulation. I'd be surprised if we got a tornado there. There's not really much organization there at all. Still a little mesoscale convective vortex, though. This damaging wind threat will probably continue all the way up to Rockford and DeKalb. So that'll be the main concern there. And this storm area is bowing out right now near Burlington. So really bowing out area of storms right now near Burlington and Fort Madison. Predominantly just gusty winds, nothing severe there. Northern Missouri is all wind for the most part. And then Kansas City, again, is where we do reportedly have a wall cloud. Still seeing if we can get a view of that. Stay zoomed out here for a second. Thank you, Curly, for the $10 super chat. I'm glad I can help. I'm glad you didn't get much there. Today's severe weather threat has been interesting, I have to say that. I mean, I honestly thought today might be a quick stream. We've been live for almost 3.5 hours, and it's been very active. I mean, we've had severe warnings all up and down the wazoo across Iowa today. And, you know, we still have plenty of storms out there that are going to continue to be severe. But it seems like right now the Kansas City, all the live cams in Kansas are down right now, unfortunately. I'm going to see if we have any in Missouri, though, because Missouri might have some. See if we can see that shelf cloud or not. Hey, sue me for the $2 super chat. Where's your Culver shirt? I have no clue. I don't actually know. I think it's in the other room or something. I'm not putting it on. We're not putting on the Culver shirt. Yeah, cameras are out on the Missouri site too. They're working? They weren't working for me. Let me try to go to a different browser. Yes, Microsoft Edge. Fantastic. No, they are working. Okay, let me try this. Looking westbound. No, they're not working. The ones in Kansas City aren't working. The ones that are a bit further away from Kansas City are working, but the ones in Kansas City are just bugging out. I don't know why. It just keeps spamming media cannot be loaded. So the ones that are away from it are working. We do have rotation maybe developing. Not really. It's almost trying. It's trying right here. I mean, it's trying to get a latch to that outflow. It's just not successful quite yet. It's on the northwest side of Kansas City right now, as we're looking at that area of rotation. We're approaching Gladstone, Claycomo, Pleasant Valley, Liberty will be in the track of it. Near Weatherby Lake, south of Fairview. It's the main area that we're looking at right now in terms of at least some circulation. The traffic cams in Kansas City were hacked about a month ago, so they'll be offline for a while. What? They got hacked? Who's hacking the live cameras for traffic? What? That sounds so weird. What's the spinning green dot mean? What spinning green dot are you talking about? They haters for the 199. Still looks like mostly a wind threat. I mean, we're not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. It's a storm that I think could do something as it moves to the east-northeast. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for Illinois. So this is going to include areas near Rockford. This is the entire watch because it's not fully rendered in yet, but that's the watch. So Peoria, Rockford, northeast of Quincy in Illinois included in this, mainly for damaging winds. Here are the official probabilities from the Storm Prediction Center. So again, notice low tornado risk, very low chance of anything strong. So again, maybe something brief. Also moderate risk for damaging winds, and then low risk for any sort of hail. But they've outlined scattered damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour will be possible, and then isolated hail events up to quarter-sized hail will be a possibility. Video on Twitter of a funnel cloud? Okay, let me look. If you guys do see anything on Twitter that is relevant, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. I don't see anything from you, though, Matthew. Why would somebody want to hack traffic cams? Who knows? There's some weird stuff that happens out there. Who knows? I don't know if that's just contamination or what. Got a little intensification near northwestern Illinois near Elizabeth. It's right along the edge of the storm, though. We've seen this several times, and nothing's really transpired. I'm looking at the other radar site, which is looking way higher up into the atmosphere. That's not going to give us any indication of that. Let me look at base velocities. Got a little bit of rotation, it looks like, possibly. Debatably up there. We're going to see. Base velocities haven't updated, so that's not useful. Never mind. Might be some rotation, though, north of Hanover. South of Guilford. Just to the west of Stockton right now. Going towards Warren. Possibly a little bit of circulation there, moving west to east. And that right there is the area of rotation that's in question. We're going to see what the next radar scan shows, and we'll see if it actually is rotating or not. It might just be some sort of contamination. We've seen this several times today. How did Connor get out of the mud the other night? He just built different. That's all I gotta say. He's just a built different person. Thank you, Lonnie, for the $2 super chat. I don't even know what camera that is. There are so many cameras there. It's hard to tell. There's just so many cameras. It's fine. I'm not too concerned about it. Again, we're gonna continue to monitor the storm, and if something does try to drop, I'll let you know. See what this next radar scan shows. And this may or may not be rotation. So we're just checking it out. I'm guessing it's just contamination. Did he get stuck today? No. No, he didn't. No, it was the other day. He got stuck the other day, like almost a week ago now. He got stuck. Maybe even like a brief area of rotation there. It's occluding again. That actually probably was rotation. It was just very brief. Near Woodbine, west of Stockton. It's occluding now, but that actually may have just been a brief tornado, or at least some maybe lowering or something like that. Not warned. It was really quick. Back to Kansas City again. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas City for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. There was a wall cloud reported on this. I'm not seeing anything visually on radar that looks like this is about to drop something on the ground, so via radar it just looks like wind. So I'm not super concerned about it right now. Let's go back to Burlington real quick. This is back in Burlington, Kansas. It's still pretty windy here. This is the radar megacyclone port, which again you can watch these live cams on the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Anything for Chicago tonight? Probably not. It would just be wind, and that's it. Should be mostly rain and wind, but you'll probably get storms, just nothing super significant. This is from Kansas City. This is from Eifer's Inklings on Twitter. So that's a view of the storm right now. Not really seeing a wall cloud on this. Looks, I mean, this would be the outflow right here. The outflow boundary is right along the storm. But we could get some sort of lowering as well near that outflow. This crap needs to stop, man. It's almost the 4th. I know. I mean, my plan after today is that we'll probably be gone after today. We'll have a video tomorrow morning. We might go live tomorrow for the hurricane, possibly, maybe some hurricane coverage. But after tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be gone for both the 3rd and 4th of July. And then if the hurricane is coming towards the United States, we'll probably be back on the 5th for some emergency coverage on that. Thanks, Shane, for the $5 super chat. There's nothing to be worried about right now. If you're in Alpha, Illinois, I don't even know where is Alpha. Alpha, Illinois. Sounds like a very dramatic message, so we're gonna look. You have an outflow boundary coming through. That's probably what you just saw. Other than that, it's just like, I mean, this is nothing severe down here at all. Just gusty winds and lightning, heavy rain. Tornado risk is extremely low on this activity. I mean, again, the outflow boundary is right here. It's moving east. Anything that's back here is going to be mostly wind. But your town is not going to get wiped off the map, per se. Ivor's Inklings, I just showed that. I appreciate you adding me on that. I actually just retweeted it too. As a reminder, Tornado Watch does go for another hour. Most of the storms are moving out of the Tornado Watch. There's only a few more counties in the Tornado Watch that actually will have storms. That's predominantly just western Illinois. And also back into parts of eastern Iowa. Davenport still is actually out of the Tornado Watch now. So most of this area done with the Tornado Watch. And then also northern Missouri still under the Tornado Watch as well. So that, again, still goes for about another hour until 9 o'clock. And Kansas City right now is going to be mostly just wind, hail, maybe an isolated tornado. So we're going to continue to watch that closely. All right. All the storm chasers, I think, are done chasing. Or at least the majority of them. The ones I know are done chasing. So we're going to pull up some cameras for the time being. We're going to get Fort Madison up in here. We're going to try to. That is not Kearney, Nebraska, by the way. Fort Madison, Iowa. We also have, I think, another one somewhere. But for now, I'm going to put this on the other Fort Madison camera. You can always change it after. We got some other cameras in Illinois, too. Fort Madison up in here? Well, I got 2 views in your town. 2 different cameras on the virtual rail fans. There is still a, at this point, it looks like this is now a complete just outflow-driven storm right now in Kansas City. So we could still get an isolated tornado, but by the looks of it, it looks still pretty outflow-driven. We'll give it a little bit more time to see if it actually does produce something. But right now, it's mostly just outflow-driven. Mostly a wind concern at this point. Maybe some isolated hail. Again, maybe an isolated tornado or something along those lines. It's all still possible as this moves to the east. Still windy in Burlington. Still pretty windy here. Am I an avid enjoyer of trains? No. It's not why I got the cameras. I mean, they do show trains. I have never personally been interested in trains. Like, personally, I've never been interested in trains at all. What's a virtual rail fan? It's the cameras on the right side of your screen right now. They show trains usually, or that's what, I mean, you can see the train track on the top camera. But, Yeah, that's showing Fort Madison. One's going around showing the storm right now. By the way, train of flash flood warnings right now from Des Moines back towards Iowa City. This is a big concern today. We have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall today, and there are a ton of flash flood warnings right now across the central and eastern parts of Iowa, and also even near Dubuque or Dubec, whatever it is. There are also flash flood warnings up there now. Still got a little bit of rotation south of Guilford. Same thing also northeast of Maquadia. And then everything else right now is mostly wind moving into Illinois. We will have some more cameras, I think, coming up. We have a whole dashboard of cameras. I'm gonna see what else is coming up here in Illinois. No problem, Flicks. I don't even remember answering your question, but the chat goes so fast, I don't really read names. I hate trains? I don't hate trains. I never said that. I just said I'm not into trains. You've mispronounced some towns. I am well aware. It is A-okay. This is all the cameras that we have in the Midwest. We got 9 of them. We actually have a few more than this, but this is 9 of them here. We got all sorts of cameras. This is the Fort Madison camera in full screen view. Nice little scuddy action out there. Got the outflow boundary and everything right there. All the other cameras, I mean, we got one in Quincy too. Quincy, Illinois. We got one here. It's actually starting to rain, I think, or there's at least some lightning. I just saw a flash of lightning here. It's kind of crazy, though. We got all these cameras. Whenever there are storms. This is from CJ Travis on Twitter. This is the storm in Kansas City. It's actually pretty circular. Nice little mesocyclone to it. Nice little meso. Kind of looks a little circular here. Again, this is your shelf right here. That's what's being, again, that's the outflow boundary, essentially, on radar that you're seeing there. That's being picked up by the reflectivity. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. An outflow boundary is this on radar. You can't really see it, but it's basically it's that right there. It's another initiator. A lot of the times outflow boundaries will create a lot of rising motion and also keep storms like this going, like lines of storms. But an outflow boundary in retrospect is basically just something that's an initiator. So it's like a cold front or a dry line, but in this case it's an outflow boundary that storms will form with or along. It just creates more ascent, more lifting motion, kind of bubbles up thunderstorms. If you go back earlier in the stream, I think we had some views of that. I don't remember, but I think we had some views earlier of that rising motion really being created. We had storms blowing up, at least in Kansas we saw that. So, yeah. Thank you, Nikki, for the 199. I don't know where Stockton is. I don't know what state we're talking about. But no matter where you are right now, it's mostly wind. Maybe an isolated tornado. There is a train right side of your screen, a train intercept happening in real time. How as bad as North Platte going to be tomorrow? Tomorrow could be interesting. It also might be a kind of a low-key day. It depends on the evolution of the storms. I'm not super concerned about tomorrow for the tornado risk. Like, I think we'll at least have a tornado or two. But I don't know. Let me pull up the models here. I'll kind of show you real quick. This is the tornado parameter values for tomorrow. So just kind of notice that they increase across parts of western Nebraska and northeast Colorado. That's where the main concern for tornadoes will be, predominantly during the afternoon and early evening. We'll have storms fire up really quickly around lunchtime or just after lunchtime. They'll slowly drift east. I mean, again, if we get a tornado, it could easily be photogenic tomorrow. Again, I do not plan on being live tomorrow for this. I will be going away for the 3rd and 4th of July, just for a quick little trip to watch some fireworks. It's pre-planned, so don't at me. These are the photographs. Let's see how much spin there is. Photographs don't look great tomorrow. That's the one probably caveat to tomorrow's threat. Not a lot of spin, but there is enough spin for at least some tornado risk. I honestly think Thursday might be a bit worse than tomorrow. Tomorrow's risk for severe weather, let's go to the severe weather outlook. Tomorrow's risk, it's pretty big, but I mean, really, just wind and hail is the only concern right now for the Ohio Valley, and also parts of Missouri. The threat over here is predominantly just going to be, hail, wind, and then maybe a couple tornadoes. This is the tornado risk. That's the only area right now with a risk. It's a 5% tornado risk for Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas, and then a 2% elsewhere. It's mostly just high plains madness. This happens all the time, basically. I mean, we see this every single year. With that said, I would be live if I was here, but I'm probably not going to be here for this. So just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. I would not be super concerned about tomorrow, honestly. Again, we might see a photogenic tornado, possibly even a strong tornado. It's not impossible, but like, it's, in my opinion, not super concerning. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. That's all you can do. What's Thursday going to look like? No, Thursday is kind of really 50-50, I think, right now. Like, it could be a bit more of a significant severe weather event, or it might not be. Beginning with the risk, it's a pretty large area, another interesting shape for tomorrow, but the slight risk is really where the severe weather risk is going to reside, for the majority of the severe weather. So we could see damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even a few tornadoes. Again, I don't think I'm going to be live either on Thursday. I'm going to be gone for the 4th of July. Unless something dramatically increases in the risk. I think it'll just mostly be wind and hail, but we also could see a tornado or two, maybe even a few. So that'll be the main concern. Two trains at once. It's the same. It's not the same cameras, but they are the same spot. Could be a good day on the 4th in my area, but it starts storming on the 8 to 9 p.m. last year. Yeah, I honestly, like, the severe weather for the 4th of July looks pretty interesting. I mean, both days look interesting. It's just, I already pre-planned this trip, and I don't feel like having to cancel it or anything like that. So, with that said, I mean, again, if something does pop up that really looks concerning, I can always consider at least going live for a little bit, but, like, I kind of doubt it. I don't think tomorrow is going to be a live stream no matter what. Again, we might have a live stream in the morning or like early afternoon for the hurricane, but that wouldn't be related to what is happening severe weather wise. Or we might have like a little update on that, but it wouldn't be super based towards that. And then on the flip side of things, Thursday, we're not going to be here at all. I don't think we'll have a video either on Thursday. I might make a video actually. We might do an update on Hurricane Beryl, but that'd be about it. But this is the radar mega cyclone port north of Kansas City. Low to mid-level clouds. Nothing too crazy up there, but we have another storm developing north of that camera. Near Interstate 29. Probably just going to be some small hail and gusty winds. But outflow boundary is going to continue to move west to east. Mostly wind across most of Kansas, Missouri. And then Illinois right now is predominantly just some gusty winds. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Illinois, so that's good news. I think it's starting to at least weaken a little bit here in terms of severe weather activity across western and northern Illinois. So, good news for the time being. Hey, Wild Child from the 1999. Appreciate that. Alright, we'll stay here for a second. Let me see if we have anything else here. Cameras. Buoy cams? We do have buoy cams. I don't think the buoy cameras are looking at anything, though. This is one buoy cam south of Hurricane Beryl, which it's nighttime now, so we're not going to see anything, but kind of just briefly see slightly higher waves. They're not really that high, though. It's the very beginning of this cycle, you can see it. Interestingly enough, there will be a buoy cam also in the direct path probably of Hurricane Beryl, right here in the Gulf. And also you can view these buoys on Radar Omega as well. Alright, let's go back to our live cameras. We got a whole pallet of them. We got Fort Madison, middle of your screen. We might do that one. It's raining in Burlington, so top right. It's kind of out of your screen. Oh, okay. Top right there. Raining in Burlington, Iowa right now. But Fort Madison looks the most interesting right now. Storm's gonna be rolling in here in a second. We got trains going by. I mean, what else can you ask for other than some flying cheese curd sized hail? Can we get a hurricane update? I am gonna be doing a hurricane live stream after this one, so there will be a hurricane update. Do not worry. I think at least. I think we're doing a hurricane update. Gritty before your time off? Eh. By the way, this is the Radar Omega Cyclone port. That's what we're looking at. Or sorry, the Virtual Railfan, not Radar Omega. This is the Virtual Railfan in Fort Madison. Very ominous skies. Got trains going by. Nothing really too crazy, though. It's not severe at this point. Those storms are just strong. But I don't think we have any tornado possible labels anymore. Let me double check here. Yeah, we no longer have any tornado possible labels, so we're just back down to normal severe thunderstorm warning activity. I forgot about my fan mail. I actually just remember that. Can everybody in the chat come with you? I don't think so. Be a lot of people. Storms near Kansas City right now look mostly like wind at this point. Not a whole lot else there. So just mostly wind moving west, southwest, to east, northeast towards Richmond. Still outflow driven. And if it can attach to the outflow boundary, we could get an isolated tornado, but it looks like the worst of the activity leaving Kansas City, aside from one more storm near DeSoto, which will move through Overland Park and Kansas City over the next several minutes near Shawnee, eventually going towards Buckner. And after that, it'll go into parts of Missouri. Mostly a wind concern at this point. But friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 75 subscribers from 308,000, so make sure to subscribe down below. As a reminder, immediately following this stream, we're not going to go live immediately, but we'll go live probably about 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, for Hurricane Beryl and an update on Hurricane Beryl, I think. Well, at least go live for like an hour. I'm not going to do a super long live stream for it, but we'll go live for like an hour. I'll have a live stream tomorrow probably on it too, so just a little update live stream, you know. But I am going to go ahead and make that stream public, and I will have it I'll make sure that it is going to be rescheduled. Or it'll be redirecting this live stream to that one. Let me just make sure that's good to go here. Hey, Rise for becoming a 1-month member. Yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to be damaging winds for the most part. I do think the tornado risk, again, is getting much lower. I do think it's dropping. We do have a new Storm Prediction Center outlook in the next, like, 5 minutes, probably. So we'll see if they... Oh, actually, it already came out. Never mind. This is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So they have removed the enhanced risk. The tornado risk is a 2% from Kansas City back into western Illinois and eastern Iowa. So they've dropped the tornado risk by quite a bit. It's mostly hail and wind, and it does not reach Chicago. You might see some gusty winds, some lightning, some heavy rain, but I don't expect anything substantial there. So that's what I'm thinking, at least at this point. Update for Ohio tomorrow? Should just mostly be isolated hail and wind. There's not really going to be much of a tornado risk there. Open some fan mail. Might as well. We'll open up some fan mail here. I got 5 packages, by the way. This is the most packages that we've ever gotten sent by fan mail. If you do want to send any mail, the link is in the description, by the way. Just going to let you know before we get too far into this. And if anything pops up, we'll obviously go back to Radar. Links is going to be in the chat, and it's also in the description. Alright, we got 5 packages We're gonna start with this one right here. I'm not gonna go full screen because I want to keep the radar on in case something does happen. Which we're actually back up to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing in Illinois or Iowa right now. It's all literally all the storms right now that are severe are in Missouri. All right, here goes the first one. Hopefully, no more creepy dolls. Okay, this is it. This is from, let's see. This says, Max, enjoy your emergency warmth kit for next time your AC is too high. From Julie. That's actually pretty funny. You know, funny enough, this is not the first time I've gotten these socks. I have... Actually, they are different. Never mind, they are different, but I have literally, like, the same type of sock. Somebody sent me, like, the same exact sock, which is funny. Like, I had another pair of socks just like this. That's hilarious, but I do appreciate it. I'll definitely wear them. That's ironic. That was my first ever fan mail was actually that. Or my second ever, technically. For those socks. Alright, I'm gonna go with the envelope next. This is what the envelope looks like, in case you didn't know what an envelope looks like. Some people don't even know what envelopes are, because, you know, they're kind of going out of style. By the way, this is usually members-only content, and usually it's full screen. So if you ever want to become a member, the join button's down below. We do fan mail openings like this all the time on there. Don't send him ice cream? I have to agree. Do not send me ice cream, please. Somebody... Okay, so... This is... this is from... I don't know who this is from, but it says, just teasing. Love the channel. And this is only, if you're a member, you know what we're talking about. But this is what it is. Everglades National Park. So, they basically sent me 3 stickers. We did Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? And I had no clue what the Florida Everglades were, and I literally live in Florida. So, like, I don't know how, I thought it was like a mountain range or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but like, it's pretty funny. If you're a member of the channel, you would know. Appreciate that. I don't know what the name was. I don't see it. But thank you to whoever sent that. Alright, the next 3 are big packages. These aren't, like, small anymore. And I need probably a knife or scissors. Let me get a pair of scissors. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Miles, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you to Herman for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Okay, this next one is more sizable. It's like a nice little white box. This is going to be from Craft Supply Company, so I'm guessing that this is probably something custom. It might have a name on the inside. Well, we're about to find out. Okay, need to get this tape off here. Alright, here's the next one. Let me see if it has a name first. I haven't looked at what's in it yet. I don't know if there's a name on here. It's apparently from eBay. And no name. Alright, so we don't have a name on this. This is what it looks like. I think it's a water bottle. It has bubble wrap on it. Alright, let's see. Somebody made me a custom water bottle that says Max Gritty. It's kind of hard to see, but it says Max Gritty. That's what this water bottle says. Oh my goodness. There's a card. There's like a card in here too. I don't know if that's part of. I think it's just the water bottle instructions. Yeah, care instructions. But literally, this water bottle says Max Gritty. That is hilarious. Appreciate whoever sent this to me. Again, no name on this one either. I haven't seen a name other than the first one, which was from Julie. Whenever you send me stuff, by the way, if you want me to know who you are, just feel free to put like a message or a name if you can. Sometimes you can't, depends on what it is, but I do appreciate that. for whoever sent this. I'll put it as decoration in the background. How about that? We want the gritty. If we get 10 more members, I'll do a gritty. Okay. Got 2 more. It's unbelievable. I mean, we have so many of these. We're going smallest to largest, basically. This is heavy. I'm gonna pick it up. All right. This is from, I don't know, because it doesn't say on this, but this is this is Amazon Prime. Bigger package. They just keep getting larger. Thank you, Sid, for the $2 super chat. We must have a Max Velocity Christmas card. You guys want me to do that? Put it on, like, the store or something? Like, ship them out? I don't know how the capabilities of doing that would be. Wow, this is a serious pack of stuff. This is the message. Doesn't have a name. A gift to you, or a gift for you. Enjoy your gift. Thank you. We got some Tim Hortons hot cocoa mix. So just in case we need some hot cocoa. This has to be from that other stream as well. What in the world is this? Warning, to avoid danger of suffocation, keep this plastic bag away from baby and children. What is this? Does anybody know what this is? Is this a sleeping bag? It looks like a cheese roll, to be honest. Does anybody know what this is? This has to be from the Arctic stream that we had when the AC went down to 70, because they also sent me some handy-dandy hand warmers, just in case I need some of those here in Florida, just in case it gets down to 5 degrees. Or if my room goes down to like 60 degrees, like it did the other day. So just in case I need some hand warmers here in the 100-degree heat here. I do appreciate it. There's more in here. Let me see if there's a message in here. Why are there so many pieces of paper? There is a catalog of paper that's in this thing that all have messages on them. Some of them are receipts. I don't know why I printed so many times. This person said, Max, enjoy your emergency warmth kit the next time your AC is too high. This is also from Julie, by the way. So Julie also sent this. Sent 3 different messages for it. Appreciate it. In case, you know, for some reason, in case we have an ice age here in Florida, we'll have it ready to go. I don't know if Julie's here, but I do appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you to Sailing the Sky for the 10 gifted members. Put smarts in the chat for Sailing the Sky, and also make sure to thank Sailing the Sky if you got a gifted membership in the chat. By the way, quick update. South of Davenport, severe thunderstorm warning, damaging winds up to 60. That's it, though. Looks pretty much just like wind. That's it. Also, thank you, Fran, for gifting a member. Thank you, Zachary, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Manjin, for becoming a member. Thank you, Feels, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Annie, for becoming a member. And thank you, Noah, for the $1.99. I am not answering that question. I've heard that like 16 times. All right. 1 more. Maybe it's the best for last, or I don't know. I don't know what it'll be. So we're about to find out. This one I think this is the heaviest, actually. This is from, who knows? It's another Amazon package. Pretty big. I don't know. About to find out. Category 5 on Beryl now? I don't think so. I think Beryl's still a Category 4. I don't think it's been upgraded. Thank you, Annie, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. As a reminder, if you want to mail me anything for fan mail for future openings, you can go ahead and check the link in the description down below. There's also going to be a posted link in the chat a few times. If you miss it, though, you can just go to the Get Connected tab in the description, and there's a link in that. It's like 2 things down. It's right there. I don't know how to open this. I'm having some tough times here opening this package. It's a Cat 5 again? Did it just get upgraded? All over X? It's a Cat 5, apparently. Still says Cat 4 in here. Went to Cat 5 again? This is unbelievable if it just went to Cat 5. It still says Cat 4. The eyewall replacement is complete and it's strengthening again. They just found Cat 5 wins. There's no shot that thing's a Cat 5 again. That's unbelievable if it is. Quickly look at satellite. Doesn't even look like a Cat 5 anymore. I mean, this doesn't... It's a Cat 4 right now. It's not a Cat 5 officially. It's a Category 8 according to TikTok. That makes sense. I mean, this doesn't... On at least infrared imagery, this does not look that organized anymore. But it looks like it is trying to organize. Alright, here's the last package. This is a sandwich maker. I actually might use this, because I actually make sandwiches. There's no message, I don't think, on this one. So whoever sent this to me, I appreciate it. I will probably use this. So thank you to whoever sent a sandwich maker. Really appreciate it. And I'll definitely use it. And thank you to anybody that sent any fan mail. I think there's more, but like it just got delivered like yesterday or today, so haven't been able to get it. But appreciate you guys with the fan mail. Very kind, very generous, very thoughtful. Let me look into this real quick, because if this is a Cat 5 again, that'd be insane. Let me see. It just doesn't look that crazy, to be honest. We can actually go on Radar Omega and look at the whatchamacallit here. Where is it? Tropicals, weather, hurricane hunters, bada bing, bada boom. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? They have the hurricane data on here. Like they have the they have the hurricane hunter data on here. This is not, I don't think, 133 knots. That's the highest that I'm seeing on here. That's 153, so that's still low. That's as of a few minutes ago by the looks of it. Now all the other ones are loading. It's 153 though. I don't know what this other thing is, but it's kind of going crazy. It looks like a person. I don't think this is a Cat 5, unless I'm looking at Twitter too. I don't see anything about it. But the eyewall replacement did just happen. But Recon apparently is finding Category 5 force winds, so it might be a Category 5 again. But nonetheless, we are going to be live again in like not even 50 minutes to talk about it more in detail. So if you are new to the channel, again, subscribe. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that live stream happens. Also, I'm going to put the link in the chat for those that want to just go directly to that stream. I'm going to put the link in the chat so you can just go to that stream now. This stream will automatically redirect you to that hurricane coverage. So if you want me to talk to you about it, you can just stay here and you'll get redirected automatically. And you can click the bell on that so you get notified. All right, let me do a quick gritty and then we're out of here until that next stream. Do it real quick. Pretty emojis, woo! All right. It was a quick one, but I have to get food and then go live in like 40 minutes. So if this does actually get upgraded, we got to be live for it. So we'll be live again in like 40 minutes. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that live stream happens. Again, just stay on the stream. Don't leave. There's no reason to leave if you want to watch that. You're going to get redirected. At the bare minimum, you can click the bell icon on that stream so you get notified when I go live. So just make sure you do that. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Again, we'll be live again in about 50 minutes or less for this, for Hurricane Beryl with a full-blown update to give you you an idea of what's happening and if this will impact the United States and how it will. Because there's gonna be a lot more details than what we had like yesterday, for example. All right, so thanks for tuning in, guys. Subscribe if you're new. Click the bell icon. We'll be live again in like 50 minutes, and we'll see you guys all again in the next stream. And we'll see you guys all again soon.